Morning.
How are you feeling?
Pretty good. I on Wednesday they thought I'd broken my foot, so that's why we changed Lift Your Spirits, because I couldn't walk. It turned out I had something in the muscle and they injected some stuff into it to relax it. But yeah, that was what that was.
Not fun.
It was not fun.
When I was in college, I went to stand up I was working in the computer center. I went to stand up and this loud pop, like they heard it across the office. And I thought I broke my foot just by standing up. So I went to the doctor and he's like, you can't break a foot by standing up. I'm like, well, something happened. Well, a tendon in the top of my foot let go. And they ended up having to soft cast it because the tendon let go. But it's painful.
Oh yeah, this was in my arch and it'd been happening for a few days and I was like,
Yeah.
Did I break it? Is it getting worse? And it turns out, because we went to that Tony Robbins thing, it was all on concrete in a big convention center. Basically it was just too much on my foot and it like did something to the muscle and they're like, well, now we got to fix that. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I have a thing with my feet when they even get chilled, they cramp to where my toes almost dislocate and they like turn in directions that they shouldn't turn in, like massive muscle spasms. But I found that if you soak in warm water, and I also use this stuff called actually, I don't know if I have it. Oh God, I forgot the name of it. I'll have to go grab the tube of it. But it's an all natural cream. And like when I pinch nerves, sciatica, when my feet cramp, I use this stuff. You can get right on Amazon. And like within 5 minutes, it starts to help the muscles relax.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me know.
Real-time pain relief.
Yes, Jay, I did do the fire walk. I did. That was insane. All right. Good morning, everyone who's joining. We're just going to give it a couple of minutes because people keep joining in. So I want to make sure that everyone has a chance to come in and join as well. And I need to grab one thing. Paintbrush. Morning, Melissa. Morning, Deborah. Thanks, Jay. Got my apron on. How is everyone today? How's your Sunday? Who is ready to make some holiday cards? So we're going to do, just going to give you a bit of an idea what everyone's still joining in, because there's lots of people still coming into the Zoom room. So we'll start off with a little bit of housekeeping just to let you know what's going on. Then we have, we'll work till probably around 11:45-ish with like a little mini break in there as well. And then 12 till 1 is lunch break. And then we'll go 1 till 4 and we'll take some little mini breaks in there. We're going to make bulk cards. We're going to do some detailed techniques. We're going to do just different ideas you can mix and match with other things. We're going to make some Hanukkah cards. We're going to make Christmas cards, just winter kind of themed cards, a little bit of everything. But the idea is you can take the techniques we use and turn them into anything. So if you don't make Hanukkah cards, or you don't make Christmas cards, or you don't make winter holiday cards at all, you can take all of these techniques and turn them into something else as well. So it's not just that as well. If you are a VIP, I literally 8 minutes ago, you got a code in your email inbox. If you got that code, please don't share it with anybody else. It is exclusive to you. If you sign up for VIP during the day today, I will email it out again at lunchtime. VIPs are getting an extra 15% off the entire store, excluding like bundles and Misties and gift cards and the usual stuff. But yes, you get the extra 15% off anything you buy today. But for everyone who is joining us, whether you're joining us on the Zoom or whether you are joining us over on YouTube, you can get free shipping as well. So it's free US shipping and free international shipping over $150. And you don't have to do anything. You don't need a code. You don't need anything to do that. It will just be on there as well. If you are not a VIP, it's not too late to sign up. Lisa just dropped the link on Zoom. I'll drop it on YouTube if I can, Lisa. So that is your link if you want to become a VIP. If you are not a VIP and you're watching on YouTube, all of the giveaways and that are based off of those who are in the Zoom. So you can still go and you can go to crafterholidayparty.com and get the Zoom link. And you can use that as well over there. We are going to roll Lift Your Spirits in this afternoon. That will be in this afternoon session. So for those of you who missed out on Lift Your Spirits this week because I thought I'd broken my foot, that will be happening in this afternoon session after 1 o'clock. We're aiming to finish around 4. Sometimes we finish a little bit early, sometimes a bit later. It just kind of depends what we've got, what techniques we're working on, all that kind of stuff. So that's what we're going to be doing there. I do have some ideas and things sketched out that I want to work on and share with you all and show you. But if you have any questions, or if there's a technique or a stamp set you would like me to try and pick out and use during today, then you can also let me know. Every hour we have some really cool giveaways. We give away gift cards, we do free orders, all those kinds of things. And Lisa will be dropping links to anything I'm using as well. And if you have any questions, they'll be on there as well. I do have both chats open, both the Zoom chat and the YouTube chat. I will do my best to keep an eye on both. Lisa, are you good dropping the links in both? If I try and keep an eye on the chat in both, I'm going to try.
I will do my best.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's jump in. I am a big Christmas girl, so I love doing the Crafter Holiday Party because Christmas is my favorite holiday of the year, and I just have lots and lots of fun with it as well. So I just need little plastic something to work on. So I'm going to use the back of packaging because I always use the back of packaging. It just seems like a good kind of scrap to use. So we're going to start off by creating this really cool background using the Snow is in the Air stencil, and I'm going to use some marshmallow paste. And I've had lots of questions about marshmallow paste, so I thought it was a good one to kind of dive in. And I want to make the background first because I want the background to dry out a little bit before we do our assembly. So marshmallow paste, a little bit is going to go a really long way. Rather than use a spatula, I like to use a paintbrush. So I'm just going to take this, and I chose a fairly open stencil. Okay. And so you can see I'm just really working it in to this stencil. And I'm working on a slimline panel here. And so because this is not a slimline stencil, I'm going to take this and I'm just going to hold it for now.
Excuse me, Alex.
Yes.
You need to change your camera background off because they can't see.
I see it.
Okay.
I see it. There you go. So I'm just going to take this and hold it. So even though this technically is not a slimline stencil, I'm going to turn it into one. And because it's a nice kind of repeating random-ish snowflake panel, you're not really going to notice where that repeat happens. And we're going to put stuff on top of it. So now when you are finished with this, you want to just put it in some water, clean it with some Squid Buster, and just let it air dry. Same with the paintbrush. As long as you're, don't leave it for hours on end, just go straight ahead and get it cleaned up. I'm gonna lift that up so you can see now I've got my whole background covered with marshmallow paste. I'm gonna get a dirty box. Yeah. Now, if you pre-color the marshmallow paste before you pop it, the additive that's in it that makes it pop, you can't color beforehand. So you will color the puff, like the flake, but you won't color the rest of it. You can also do this, puff it, and then spritz it with some color sprays, or spritz it with some glitter, or you could spritz it with some kaleidoscope powder if you mix some with water as well. So you can do all that kind of stuff as well. So you want to play around with whether you pop it before or after. Okay, and you'll get a different effect depending on when in the process you do it. Now we're going to puff it. Now again, if I left this to dry and then puffed it, I'm going to get a different effect than if I puff it right now. But either way, it does need some drying time, which is why I want to do this now and then let it dry, and then I can come back to it and decide what I want to do. Okay. So for right now, I'm just going to do a little bit of puff. I'm going to let it dry. If you heat this even more, then, you can make it obviously puff even more. If you do it from underneath, it'll puff even more again. So you can keep the puff going and going, but I just want kind of like a little bit of texture. You'll see in the background, I kind of have an idea of what I want. With this card, I have some stuff sketched out next to me, so you kind of see this come together. But for now, I'm going to put it on my laptop up here, and do that. Okay, so now I'm going to grab just some plain white cardstock. And I'm going to use the silhouette. So this is the silhouetted Dutch Village. There are two halves to it. You can get one or both. Just, depends on what you're using. But they do coordinate perfectly. So if you do it as well, and then the outlines, or, whichever way you want to do it. So there is that as well. And I grabbed out some colors. So I think I'm going to do some Vegas strip, some icy mist, a little bit of Independence, maybe some frappe, and think I'll switch these two out like this. So I chose to go in with the blues just because I kind of want it to have that like that iciness to it as well. And Lisa, apparently there's an issue with the Zoom room that it's not letting people in. It's capping out, and it shouldn't because we have the upgraded.
I'm not seeing anyone waiting in the waiting room.
Yeah, but every time we let them in, it doesn't actually let them in. It would, we have it as an upgrade on Zoom. Sorry, everyone, we're just making sure everyone can get in. I don't know where. I don't know why Zoom have to move everything all the time. I think I found it, Lisa. Okay, hopefully that did it. For anyone who's trying to get in. That's why we have it on YouTube as well. So for anyone who's having issues, then you have that as well. Okay. So we were just working on the Zoom. So hopefully it's all fixed for anyone who was having issues on there as well. Okay, let's go back to it. So we have our colors picked out. We have Neon Lights, Frappe, Vegas Strip, Independence, and Icy Mist. And we are going to stamp out Misty, which is over here, some different buildings. Let's try maybe 2. So I'm kind of going to lay out my card. There you go, Lisa, it's working. So I want my biggest building at the front, which I think is going to be this one. And then we'll go on this. This. And then and this is kind of how I work when I'm making cards and things. I'll plan them out a little bit. Like that. I think is kind of going to be how it looks. Now I'm going to do Vegas strip in the middle, frappe on that one, Independence on that one, Missy Mist on that one, and Neon Lights on that. So again, like I stack it up so I can see, you know, exactly how that's going to work. I'm going to do 2 at a time on here. So we've got Independence on this one. And Vegas strip. So I probably have to stamp twice because these are new stamps and I forgot to prime time them. So let's see how we go. But I can kind of see already I'm going to want to do that twice. So if you use, we have a solution I should have used called Prime Time. It takes the pre-manufacturing residue off your stamp. And it means that you get the perfect stamp first time. So rather than it being kind of a little bit blotchy like that, I'll do it on the next step and you'll see the difference. We'll do it on the next 2. For this one, I'm going to see if I can rescue these. If not, we'll just go again. And then I'm just using my smusher to get nice even coverage. So there you go, you can see. So it takes 2 stamps, but there's still a little bit of that residue on there. So to remove that, we're going to do that with the other one. I'm just going to clean this off. My little microfiber here. Some Squid Buster. You can see it cleans up really nicely. Now, I mean, red is always going to stain your stamps, so it doesn't matter what cleaners we use, it's always going to stain. So typically when I do prime time, I actually would just do my entire stamp set because you only want to get it on the stamp side. But for this, we're just going to do it on these 3. So I'm going to put it on the lid of my Misty. We're going to grab out some prime time. So this is prime time here. So the only way to get the lifetime access and replay to this is to be a VIP, and you can still sign up for VIP. You'll get all the benefits. You still get the coupon code, which I'll send out again at lunch. And there will also be a PDF wrap up as always. However, just note this time it's going to take a little bit longer. Amanda and her family had a devastating week, so she is not going to be at work right now. So we're just going to have to give her a little bit of extra time on that one. And we'll probably be doing it here in the office as well. So I'm leaving this for 30 to 60 seconds, maybe max. I mean, you literally can leave it really as long as you want, but I find 30 to 60 seconds is about right. And what it's doing is it's just removing the residue. So photopolymer stamps are a type of epoxy. They're a resin. So there is a residue that gets left on them. And it's why the back, I mean, you want the back of your stamps obviously to be sticky. We just don't want the front of our stamps to be sticky. So what I'm doing is I'm going in, I'm just giving it a good wipe off. And normally I just run it under the sink, but kind of don't have one of those right next to me. So I'm just going to use a little bit of Squid Buster and do it that way instead, you see. And now they're a lot less tacky, which will give us a better impression. Now, of course, I can't remember what color I was doing on any of these. But These went either side. Remember that. So I have Vegas Strip, Independence, Frappe, I think it was this side. Icy Mist. Yeah, that's the way this is going. Maybe that way. We got it. We'll be fine. Flip that closed. So we have Icy Mist, neon lights, and Frappe. Thanks, Bo. So you can see already, you see how last time it was really blotchy? You don't get any of that once you do the prime time. I'm going to just firm these up just a little bit. I want it to be nice and intense. I am one of those stampers who loves the Misty because I get to stamp everything twice. And I really love the effect of how that looks. But rather than having to fix the kind of blotchy side of it, I get to just intensify. And with our inks, they are pretty opaque. So as you layer, the color is going to get darker and darker, which I really like. And the smusher just gives you nice, even pressure. So the first one I did was Vegas Strip. So this one here, this dark is Vegas Strip. This is Independence Red. This is Neon Lights. This is Frappe, and this is Icy Mist. Now I also want a couple of little accessories to go with this. So I pulled out the Window to Winter stamp set. And I'm going to do a little set of trees down here. And so up here. Give yourself a bit of room because we're going to cut them out. But I'm going to tell you another way if you don't want to cut them out. There's an easier way. Let me just get these stamped out. So I'm going to start off with some Cotswold green. It's one of my favorites. This and Hyde Park, I think, is a really pretty green. And then what I like to do is just kind of go in. And then I just use my finger to like smush it out. I don't know if there's another better word, another word. I don't know. But these are actually designed to fit in the snow globe, which we'll be using later. But thank goodness I'm wearing this apron, my nice little dress here. Otherwise I could be in trouble. Because I do have a tendency to just put my hands down and wipe it on. So here's all of our little elements. Up here, because we want to make some snow globes later, probably. This is such a cute set. And I was actually telling those who came to our full weekend retreat, all of our stuff is sized and designed so it works together. So like even in this little silhouettes, the bridge will fit across here. You have to be a little bit creative and just cut it off, but it's designed to be the right proportion that it fits inside. So if you want to build a little scene with the smaller elements, they're also will fit inside of this. If you want to put like a little house or put that on top of the bridge or something, again, it all fits. Of course, there's larger elements in here too, but it's designed that everything that we have, as much as we can, is mix and match as well. Okay. So, okay. So I'm going to cut these out. But if you are not a fan of fussy cutting, we do have SVGs available to every single stamp set pretty much we've ever released. And if you do that, it's on us called our Insiders Club. And not only do you get the SVGs, you can cut out any of the stamp sets we've got and it gets added to every month. But the best part is you also get unlimited free shipping. So Lisa's going to drop the link for that for you. So if you don't want a fussy cut, but you maybe have a Cricut, a scan and cut, a silhouette machine, anything like that, rather than having to buy a $20, $30 die set for every stamp set you own, you can just get the Insiders Club and you get SVGs for all of it. And then you don't have to concentrate like this. I mean, I consider myself in general to be a pretty fast fussy cutter, but it definitely still takes time. So if anyone's got any questions, you can drop those in the chat too. Just while I'm cutting these out, it'll take me just a minute to do. But I'm going to do it live just so you see that it's not that bad. And these are nice straight lines too, so that makes it a lot easier. So the first one, I'm going to open up YouTube as well. Please tell me, do you have a VIP member? Yes, so it's VIP for each event, because for each event we'll do different things, just depending on what the event is. Like for Inktoberfest, there was the option to have the swatching bundle and things like that to go with it. Whereas with these events, it's for the lifetime access and things like that as well. So I kind of start with the outline. It's another one. And then yeah, so to be entered into drawings, you either need to be a VIP or you need to be in the Zoom room. VIP, Lisa and I just dropped the links for again. And VIP don't have to be present to win, whereas if you're not a VIP, you do. And then if you just want to join the Zoom room, you can go to craftaholidayparty.com and you can get the link and you can still come and hop on over into the Zoom with us. So I'm just cutting these ones out too. How is everyone getting on with their holiday cards? Has anyone else made made a start? Have they made good progress? How's everyone doing? Kate's got 20 done. She's way ahead. Good. This one's nice and easy. It's lots of straight lines. $150 color is made. Holy moly color. Nearly there. Last little house. You can see it's not that bad. And this is something you could pre-stamp maybe and do them in front of the TV if you wanted to do lots of them. Or as I say, there is just a digital cut file and you can cut out as many as you want. And then just stamp in your details. And this you could do in different colors. You could turn it into a new home card. You could make this a Christmas card. It could be a Hanukkah card. You know, you could use the different sentiments. So this is a really nice one because you can adapt it to so many different things. And we're turning this wintry, but you absolutely can do it for any season. You know, maybe like someone who's moving, leaving jobs, all that kind of stuff. And then it's going to, I don't know what I'm going to do with these trees yet. Well, this one is easy. I'm going to show you a little hack with these too. So if you've got something that's like super detailed and you don't want to sit and do all the fussy cutting, I'm going to show you something you can do to make it a little bit easier on yourself. That one. Try not to cut the stem off of that too much. There's one more in here somewhere. There it is. So I'm just cutting around the base of the tree. And then kind of as I go, I just kind of do it a little bit wiggly so it doesn't look too pristine. Because I mean, this is a tree. This side we can kind of hack off some good bits. Bit of tree surgery. And then here I'm just going to go same deal. I'm actually going to cut off this edgy one here because it's a little bit further out than I would like my pieces to be. So you see, I'm not actually following the stamp lines. I'm just making sure it's a little bit wiggly so it leads your eye to believe. And I'm going to show you how I kind of like blend it all together in a second. So to get them cut. As I say, these are more about the techniques. And then you can take them and replicate them. And don't forget to post it in our Facebook group as well. I always love to see what you've all been up to and creating. And there's always some really cool ideas in there. I'll do those three together. And then I don't know if I want it, but this one. Yeah. So there's my pieces. And then what I do is I take a small blending brush. And I got a piece of dirty, scrappy cardstock right here. It's got fingerprints all over it. And I'm going to go with my Cotswold. And then I just go over all of that white. And by the time you layer it up into a scene, nobody's going to know that you didn't cut that out perfectly. Okay. So now we can build up our little scene. The last thing I want to do, and this is something I think makes a really big difference, is if you have some favorite color pencils, some favorite markers, whatever it happens to be. You all know I'm a Copic girl, so I'm going to use some Y32 and some Y38. And I'm going to go and color in my windows. And just, you know, I want this to be like a warm, beautiful kind of Christmas card. So I'm going all in on this one with the Y32. I just want something to some Y11. And so I'm just flicking, I'm not even coloring in the whole thing. And then I'm going to take a little bit of the 38. And this time I'm flicking on those. And this is where I feel like it goes from a pretty Christmas card to having like that, just that little bit of interest. And this, you don't have to do this stage. I think, you know, this is definitely optional. And this is the one that's going to be in the front. So I want to make sure that that one is really, you know, first and foremost. And then on these, I might just do you see, I'm not even doing the whole thing because I know your eyes are going to fill in the rest. And you think like when you have the flickery windows, you don't see all of it. Like it's just kind of reminds me of like the when I lived in Ohio and everyone had those little like flame lights in the window. Kind of what it reminds me of. But this shouldn't take you long to do. This is not like some deep coloring blending exercise. It's just to lead your eyes to believe that it's, you know, a little bit warm. And then we could do maybe a little red front door. Blue front door. And also, if you've got any holes in your stamping, this is a great time. You can fix all of that in there. You can do a little green. Do green on this one, just because not to pop too much. So you can see it just kind of like brings them and makes them pop out just a little bit as well. I did bow, yes. I used to live on the Hudson Stowe border. Okay, so now we can mount all of our pieces together. And a little bit of foam tape. Okay, so I'm going to put foam on the back of all of this. So I like to foam up everything first, because once I get it arranged, I just want to stick it down, but I'll then have to pick it up, foam it, you know, and do all this again. So my tip is to foam everything up first. That's a bit over the edge. Just trim that one.
Excuse me, Alex, which stencil is that again with the snowflakes?
Snow is in the air.
Thank you.
Sure. And so this one is pretty much dry now. Now, if you wanted to, you could fluff it up a bit more, but I kind of just like that little bit of pop that it's got. I'm going to cut this one down the center. This one. This one. So like everything to just be done, ready to go. Always leave my sentiment till last. So it will get stiffer and stiffer, Judith. So right now it's, it's pretty stiff. You can see like I'm putting pressure on it, but the longer you leave it to dry, the harder it will get. And if you puff it after it's dry, I do find that it has a little bit more rigidity to it. But that's not to say like you can't do exactly what I just did. The more you puff it, obviously the fluffier it is and the less rigid it is. Okay, so now we get to layer this up. I know this is going at the front. These are going on either side. This one. And this one, this one. So I'm just trying to get my proportions right. So I think something like that is going to be my like that as well. So when I make marshmallow paste, I usually take like a little piece of bubble wrap, tissue paper, kitchen towel, anything. I just lay it on the front of the card so that the envelope isn't directly touching the marshmallow paste. You don't have to do that. I've mailed cards and they've been fine. I just find that little bit of extra padding just makes a big difference. So now we're going to work from back to front, sticking this down. So I'm gonna do my trees first, just because that gives me then like an anchoring point. That's another reason I like to do it. So Nancy, you can use really any adhesive. I would suggest Maker's Magic is a good one. We designed it to work with that, but I'm using just Scotch foam tape right here because I wanted long skinny pieces, and that will also stick on here because the Scotch one seems to cure. So if as long as you don't like touch it straight away, this one will cure and bond. So that's why I like it. So I'm going to do my 2 outers and then work my way inwards. Okay. The trees are what base? I used Cotswold green and British racing green for the trees. And you notice how I'm making those levels kind of go down and down. And then we're going to have our little town square in the middle. Yeah. Thanks, Carrie. There we go. And I thought we could mount it on a little bit of this. And then I'll use a slimline card base later to finish it off. See what I've got here. Slim pickings. I've been running through it pretty fast, but I have a little bit of Elizabeth Craft tape here. So you could use black. I just thought like the dark purple kind of gave it that nice look. Something fell off. We can fix that. Oops. See, I didn't let it cure, which is exactly what I just said was let it cure. But if you use the Maker's Magic, that will work too. So if you have a stubborn bit of foam that keeps falling off, just pop a little bit of Maker's Magic on the back of it and it will be fine. So that's that. And then we'll trim. And then we'll just need a little sentiment. This morning I thought I'd do a couple more kind of detailed cards and then we can work on other techniques and different things. I literally could do Christmas card making for days and days and days and days and days. We might even do like a little bonus December something. I don't know. So that's that. And then we do have one little tree, but and I did grab. I'll put this to the side for a minute. Oh, some simple things. These are pre-printed sayings. There are dies that cut them out for you automatically as well. I think I'm going to do the vintage Christmas greetings. As I say, there are dies that will cut these out for you. Just line the 4 things up. I'm going to just fussy cut one with my paper trimmer here. Just because I don't have my dies, my die cutter here yet. There is a card I really want to make with dies this afternoon. I really hope we get to it.
Alex, was that the sugar plum cardstock?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
A bit of foam. Yes, they are, Deanna. So you can foil them. They're printed with toner. And I put this right at the top there. Happy holidays to you. So then I can just put that on a slimline card base. And there is our first little holiday card. And just that little bit, I think, of marshmallow in the background just kind of sets it off. It's not too much, but it's enough to add a little bit of interest. If it was just plain, it kind of would look a little bit plain, but the white on the white, I think, looks really nice in there. And also you could take little elements of this and turn it into tags. So you could cut out a couple of these and put them in the bottom corner of a tag and stamp it out with one of our tag stamps. And you could then make the coordinating tag to go with your gift as well. Or even just turn something like the big one here into a tag as well. So there is that too. That's that. Okay, I'm going to put that to the side to dry and cure whilst we pick out some winners. And then I've got to do a quick tidy up because I got stuff everywhere and I need to pull up my stuff for the next card. But let's see. I'm going to do my winners list. Give me a sec. I got one list there, and I got excuse me. Thank you. Thank you for the bless yous. Okay, so I have two $25 gift cards to give away. And our first one is going to go to Diane Glassmaker. She's one of our VIPs. Congratulations, Diane. And our second winner I'm picking from the Zoom list is Sharon Opal. Congratulations, Sharon, as well. So Lisa will get those out to you next week. So just give us a little bit of extra time. As you know, Amanda is out. So your wrap-ups will be a little bit delayed, but we will definitely get them to you. I'm going to attempt to do it with a couple of girls here in the office, and then we will get those out to you as quickly as we can. So I'm gonna have a little clear up. Let me know what you think of that card as well. Just give you a second. If you are looking to shop, remember everything is first come, first serve right now. We've updated all of the stock and inventory quantities. So if there's anything you want, you have free shipping. You can check out as many times you want. We will combine your orders together, so you can do that. And VIPs, you have that extra 15% off as well. So there is that. Let me have a look at my sketch for the next one so I can pull this out. My friend's asking how it's going. Some pictures. We're going to convert everyone to be card makers. Okay, so let me look at that picture of what I sketched. What did we do before we had smartphones to do this? That's the one. Like this. So if you are crafting along with me, I'm going to use the Beautiful Day stamp set. And I think Mug Full of Fun. And this one's going to be more on coloring. You don't have to do it with coloring. You could do it lots of different ways. I'm just going to go grab a stencil. So if you have any, do I need coffee? I would love a coffee, Bo. That would be amazing. Our coffee machine's still broken. I never got it. So yeah, I'm going to use Mug Full of Fun, and I'm going to use Beautiful Day, which looks like this. we've got it. There is a coordinating stencil that comes with that. I'm going to see if there is an extra one I can grab at the garage because I don't know where mine is. And then we're going to jump into that card. So if you want to grab them, go ahead. Come on, lucky at me. So we're here. Okay. So turn this back down. First of all, we want to create our background. And I grabbed some. Yeah. So we want to use this piece here. I'm just going to put it on a block for now. And I need some Remarkable. Hopefully this is the one I re-inked the other day. And I'm going to use some masking post-it notes. If you've got masking magic, anything that you can use for masking is really what you're looking for on here. And you want to stamp. Perfect. I would say 3 at least. That's kind of my optimum number just for this particular card. It's a card I made a while ago and I've kind of refined it and added some details and stuff to it. We're gonna do some stuff. So again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but the one thing I'm going to say is if anything, go slightly inside the line as opposed to outside and giving yourself a border. Again, if you've got the SVGs, you could just pop a little bit of masking magic inside your Cricut and create yourself a mask really fast. Okay. And you'll notice I stamped near the top of my masking post-it here because I want to make sure I got some sticky on the top. And you can use a little bit of extra repositionable adhesive on here too. We have in a moment, kitty cats. You might be able to hear them. They're hissing at each other. Clearly they're thrilled about something. Two. So masking magic is like a full sheet of post-it note. Currently it's out of stock, I believe. So I am using the little post-its. These are kind of bigger than your average post-it. They also have your finished card sizes and stuff on there too. So we want our card background piece. So this piece is 3 3/4 by 5 inches. Okay. And again, I use like just a little bit of packaging or something like that in the background. My little masks went awry. I don't know. There we go. So I'm going to start off in the center. No bow. It's got like at least I would say about a third stick. So I'm going to start off with my first cup, which is going to go in the center here. Well, like off center, down bottom right-ish, something like that. And then we're going to pop our little masking poster over the top. I'm going to do our next little coffee cup. Pop poster on. Next post-it. You can kind of see what I'm doing here. Some of them I'll turn to make sure I can see the handle. So I'll take this little post-it and I'll move it up. Need to finish off this zone. So we'll go here. We'll have one that goes into the corner like that. And one goes like so. And if you miss bits, like you can see there's some bits that are a little bit lighter than I'd like them to be. We're going to fix that, so don't worry about it. Okay. So now you can see I've got my one coffee cup right here. And these could be like watches. You could turn these into all sorts of things. It doesn't have to be a cup, but for the purposes of this, ours is going to be a little cup. And then I want to show you a few different ways you could color this in. So the stamp set does come with a little mask. So you can put this over the top. You can grab some frappe and you can grab some, of course it's going to be the last color I come to. Flat white. Yeah, ornaments, they would look great. I love that idea, Gina. Turn them into ornaments as well. So I'm going to take some frappe here. Then these are just ones off of Amazon. Melanie asked what blending brushes I'm using. These are just Amazon ones. And so I added just there a little bit of the flat white. And so you can see like how quickly that kind of gets colored in, and it still has all of that tone to it. So that's one way you can do it. Another way we can do it is, of course, with our favorite Copics. So I'm just going to grab a couple out and we'll color a couple in that way. Yeah. So I'm going to start off with a little bit of E30. And so it depends, like, is this going to be hot chocolate? Is it going to be coffee? Is it a pumpkin spice latte, a peppermint mocha? Like, you can decide as to what color it is. It could be tea. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out. Bubble tea. So I'm just laying down my base color. I just decided to use an E30 for my base. Excuse me. You see again, I'm just going around. There is also a solid stamp inside of here, inside of your stamp set that will allow you to color it all into. So if you want to stamp it and do watercolor stamping or ombre stamping, you can do that. I just for these particular ones, I really like doing it this way. So now I'm going to go in with some E31. And I'm always coloring when I'm doing things that are round like this. Do you notice I'm always coloring in circles? It was a technique I was taught actually, like I think in elementary school. My teacher was always like, when you're coloring something round, color it in circles and it will always look better. And I have to say she's been right on the whole. It's kind of harder when it goes off the page too, I think. Wait in a second. It's a cat. We're going to color the edges of the mugs in, and it like totally changes the look of the card. So you can see this gives you more control. I'm going to do a couple of different ones on here. But it does take a little bit longer to do. It's 31, 31. And so I'm also trying to like allow, because as much as this is like foamy and frothy and the top of a whatever, I'm also trying to allow it to still have some shadowing. And I'm not worried about the edges of the mugs because I'm going to do those like green dark colors. So if that's not, like if I go over the edge of the lines a little bit. So again, you can see like this one I colored slightly differently. This one's more in the rounds. You just get different effects, but I want that because I want it to look like there's like this really kind of fun hodgepodge of cups in here. I'm going to do this one quickly. So again, my eye is going to train me, even though the line isn't there, and we can just take a sketch liner and fill that line in. But we are going to put something over the top of it, so I'm not worrying about that right now. You see this one, I'm kind of doing more of like the sunburst because I'm thinking I might stamp something on top of it. But just have fun with it. I mean, everyone's going to realize that these are cups by the end of this. So I like to just kind of go in. Fun with them. And then what you can do if you want to is you can take your little mask. We can take the stencil. Mask down here too. And we can do some ink blending. And so by pairing the techniques, again, it gives me more variation. So we'll just lift that one up. Stop that. I'm going to do the same again here. So you can kind of, you see all of a sudden now I've got all these different drinks that are all layered up. And you can kind of see how that's coming together. I was doing a little bit on the edges there. I'm going to fill in any little areas. Like so. And then if you have a fine liner, I'm sure I've got something. If you need to, you can fill in those lines. Now, I don't think anyone would actually know by the time we're done with this card, but it's just one of those things that I like to do. Check. So if you need to, you can fill in anything there. All right, so let's do the edge of our mugs here as well. I'm actually thinking I kind of want blue. Just feeling some blue mugs on this one. So I'm going to start with B32. This is nice and easy. And the other thing is, don't be afraid to turn your paper. So I find this, and I'm a lefty, so it's a bit different too. But I do find that turning my paper makes all of this so much easier. We're going to go in with a little bit of 34. So I'm going to go from the handle, and then going to go opposite the handle and flick. And then anywhere it meets, we're going to go a little bit heavier. And the handles, a little bit from the base out. Of course, you can refer to these tutorials anytime if you're a VIP. And don't forget, like, just because I'm coloring these for Christmas, you could do it for any occasion. We discussed you could turn these into watches, into ornaments. Like, these don't have to be coffee cups either. And my darkest. And I'm going to go around and just blend all of this out. And I feel like as soon as you do, excuse me, the edges, it kind of brings out another dimension. And you don't even have to add all the shading if you don't want to. Like if coloring's not your thing, just go around with one shade of blue or one shade of red. Yeah. So you can see on that. So there's kind of our background. Now here's where I want to give you some options. I'll give you some really strong options here. So you could now stop and you could just stamp a sentiment in here. You could die cut something to go in here. You could stamp a big stamp over the top. I'm going to use this as a background. Okay, I'm going to go like all out on this one because it's going to be one of those cards for someone special. But I want to give you options because if you do want to stop there and you're like, I love how this looks. This is so cool. I have lots of coffee lovers in my life. I could stamp a snowflake in here with some marshmallow paste. You know, anything like that, you can absolutely stop right here. I was also looking for a flatter stamp. So I'm going to take my Snow Flurries pigment. Like go in for the morning. There we go. And I'm just doing a light stamp. So I'm not using my Misty where I would get, you know, that really kind of dark stamp because I'd go over it a couple of times. And I also feel like, at least with this technique, yeah. And so you can use these masks lots of times, as you see. Okay. Quick clean. And you can either heat dry that or maybe put a little bit of clear embossing powder over it. I'm going to go a little bit extra as well. And I'm still just working on my background. So I'm taking a little bit of marshmallow paste. Not much, just a little bit. And a splatter stamp. And I'm going to do a quick puff. All right. And so again, there is another point you could stop if you wanted to. As I said, that was a background. Because I get to use my favorite stamp set, or one of my favorite stamp sets, Mug Full of Fun. And this is kind of going to be our little focal piece. So we're going to start off with our mug. This one. And so hopefully you're seeing that, you know, you can stop at different stages and there's different things you can do with each one. I really want to do this other guy. He looks so cute. The cup background was called Have a Beautiful Day. And VIPs, I will resend out your 15% off code during lunch break, which is coming up in, wow, 20 minutes already. I was like, oh, maybe I'll get like 4 cards done this morning, and I got 2. So, but we're having fun, hopefully, and hopefully you're all learning something too. So I'm going to do my cup first, and I'm going to make it match the other cups. So I'm starting off with my B32. If you use colored pencils or, you know, whatever you happen to use. All good. But start with your lightest color and start with the thought of shading. Okay, so don't just go in and like scribble all over. I find the idea of even when I'm laying down my base, is I'm still thinking about my shading, because even if I only had one color, I could think I could get away with just leaving that like that. Okay. So if you don't have a ton of colors or coloring's not your thing, this is a great way to start. I'm just blending these out a little bit. You see how nice and like soft that looks? I really like how that cup looks, actually. It's probably one of the best cups I've ever colored. So I should stop before I ruin it. And I need to do the handle. And this is going to be my base down here, because this is going to be the blend. And saucer, I think I'm gonna go into just a slightly different shades of blue. This is B41 and B45. So close, but not identical. I kind of just want to like feel that little bluey reflection, but not too much. All right, now we need to work on our little guy up here. So I'm going to grab out, look up some browns we already had out. Let's start with those. He's adorable. Reminds me of the one in Shrek. Yes. And we'll go into about 31. It's kind of hard because he is tiny. So, you know, coloring him is going to be a little bit more tricky. So I'm more with the coloring of him, just kind of adding more like outline details, shading, like, yeah, there's his eyebrows. There's going to be a little bit of shadowing coming up here. And so I'm working more with dots than flicks because dots are smaller and you have a bit more control. Whereas, you know, you try and get a flick to go in there, it's going to be rough. So I'm going to grab out a pink. A real kind of candy pink for his cheeks. We're going to have something darker in the eyebrows. And I'm just going to use it to also just add a bit more of that shading. Yep. And then what have I got left? The bow tie. I'm going to go with a light like blush inside of his mouth. And then I grabbed like these cranberry kind of colors for his bow tie. Because I think red would just kind of look weird because we've got so much pink and other stuff in here. So again, dots. Because just, I mean, even if you go like perfectly perpendicular, to get the amount of control you're going to need is really hard. Whereas you do the dots, it's going to be much, much easier, in my opinion anyway. Some people would probably say, no, you're all wrong. But I think there is a 32. I'm going to do his hat in the same color. Again, it is weenie. So and finally, we need to do the fur. Even though the fur is white, still has shading. And I want a base because we're going to put marshmallow paste on it at the end. And I want to make sure there's something to shine through it. So I'm using like a little mixture of a warm, some neutral, and even a toner gray. But do you see, like, it still looks kind of speckly and furry. And then I need to go light. Let's see what I got in here. So I'm going to start with an N0 as my base. Because he's sitting in a bar of the hot chocolate with whipped cream on top, in my mind anyway. And all I'm doing is, you see there's all these like little pools in it. I'm just making those bigger with my shading. And you can see it starts to look fluffy. And to me, that looks like he's really in that kind of like fluffy little bath. One of these. I need a piece of cardstock. We do actually have a brand new cardstock. I should have grabbed it. It would have been perfect for this. It's called Old Denim. New Denim? That's something to do with denim. And it's like the most beautiful blue. It's coming out just today. That's the first time you can get it. Old Denim. Thanks, Lisa. And it would look perfect with this. I should have grabbed some. I'll get it for after lunch. Here. I'm going to fussy cut this little guy out. Is everybody having fun doing this? Of course. No, Lee, it won't be in the color pop. This is a bonus cardstock. So again, you see with his fluffiness, I'm not doing anything other than just moving it a little bit like higgledy-piggledy. Yes. And then just feel like I want to just didn't feel quite fluffy enough for me. The other thing is notice on the inside here. So I'm going to grab a little bit of our drinks colors. So again, it looks like you're looking through. And what I would really like is I'm thinking if we had a circle of white to pop him up, it would look really great. But I don't have my circle dies out. So I'm going to use a little hack to just make him look like he pops out. So one thing you could do is cut out a circle die. But if you don't have one, or you don't have one to hand, you can take a marker. This is the 110, and I got it out actually to do his little buttons and his little bit of trim here. But what you can do is just take the edge of your marker, angle it slightly, too far, but just slightly. What it's going to do is it's going to color the edge of the cardstock and also just give you a slightly more solid outline on your image. And obviously the more you angle it, the more of an outline you're going to get. But wait till you see the difference it makes. And you could do this with any color. I'm doing black just because I want that, like, you know, real pop. So, and so now You see now when I put him on there, all of a sudden he pops because he's got that thicker black outline. So if you don't have a circle die or anything like that, you can do this instead. So let's do some foam tape. Hey, Stacy. I'm going to put him down. I kind of feel like on an angle more than straight. Now I'm going to take some marshmallow paste. And I found this little, it's actually a Ranger gel press tool, but it's perfect when you've got these like little areas you want to apply marshmallow paste to. Like that. No, it's silicone. It's just like this little, I don't know. But it works perfectly for applying marshmallow paste. That's not what you're supposed to do with it, but it just works brilliantly. And then he also needs a little sentiment. So let's go back to the ones we were using. Need to find my dive and get that out for later. We do, yeah, we have a lunch break coming up in just a minute. And you could stamp on here, but I just like the little bit of extra. So there you go. So there's our second card. This was our first card. You can see them on there. So far, and this, as I say, you can do in lots of different ways. This you can turn into a tag. You could turn it into an A2 card. So I just want to show you ideas, and then you can take them and make them your own. Excuse me. So does anyone have a favorite so far? Or should I not ask? Is that like asking if you have a favorite child? Of course we have a favorite child. It's the easiest child. Even I think it was it Tony Robbins? Yeah, it was at Tony Robbins. He said the same thing. Adding these to our Instagram. So yeah, so you know, second card, the cup, the coffee cup, both. Second, so lots of you love the coffee cup, which I love. As I say, you can turn that into all sorts. It could be a pumpkin spice, it could be year round, it could be a cheer you up card, you know, a couple of kinds of things. But I just love that little mug full of fun, that little guy that goes on top. He's so cute. So we do have a lunch break. I have a winner to do first. I obviously need to clear up a little bit here too. When we come back, we still have the To the Poinsettia stamp set to do. I'd really love to get some die cutting in if we can as well. later this afternoon. So what we'll probably do is we'll go 12 till 1, we have lunch, and then we'll do 1 till like 2:30. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll do the last hour and a half. And probably what I'll do is that 2:30 to 4, I'll set up the die cutting machine because I have to clear everything else off. So that'll make that easier. So when we come back, I think we're going to do some more traditional Christmas cards. I'm going to do a couple of Hanukkah cards as well with our Hanukkah stamp set too. And we also will do a couple of free orders. So if you are shopping over the break, we will send you, I'll send out the VIP code again when we break for lunch. And also there's free shipping all weekend long as well. So we will do a couple of free orders. So if you want to order anything, then you might get your order for free after lunch. And then also, if you are not signed up for the Crafter Party 2023 season, I'm going to get my words out. Season tickets are now available. So basically we do this, but we do it all day for 2 days. So we go from 10 till 5 on a Saturday and a Sunday. And season passes are now available. And if you get a season pass, we are going to send you an amazing goodie box, which includes one of these cool aprons. You can't buy these aprons. You have to, here, I'll stand up so you can see. You have to get one given by us. They're like a little smock length. If I stand back to see. Yeah. They're like down there, and they got 3 pockets in them. You're also going to get an exclusive stamp set and some other fun goodies. You're going to get this really cool box of extra stuff for our Crafter Party participants. You get a box full of stuff sent to you 4 times a year, which we use in the Crafter Party, so you can craft along. And right now it's at a discounted early bird price. And also, if you sign up before midnight tonight, we're going to give you a $25 gift card that you can use in the Maker Forte store as well. And you can do 1 payment, or you can spread it over 3 payments. And I think it costs you maybe like $3 extra. Like, it's basically the same price. It's just how it splits up. So you can go do that. Lisa just put the link down. It's jointhecrafterparty.com. We have a ton of fun, and you get so many exclusives and behind the scenes, and it's not just me teaching all day either. We have different bloggers come in. Carrie comes in and Joy comes in, and all these amazing teachers come in, and they're going to teach you all kinds of fun tips and tricks and techniques and all that kind of stuff as well. So all of that is coming in. So go check that out. You've got till midnight tonight to get the extra $25 gift card and to get the early bird pricing as well. It has quite a lot off of it right now. So go check that out during lunch. Go enjoy your shopping. I'm going to do 2 quick winners. I'm just putting my stamps away because I'm terrible at doing that. But let's choose a couple of winners. Okay, so our first winner for our first VIP winner for the $25 gift card between 11 and 12 is Catherine Wingfield Yates. Hopefully I said that right, Catherine. So congratulations to you. And then I'm going to go to the Zoom. I'm going to do another winner on our Zoom list. Okay. And the winner is, okay, I messed that up. I'm going to do that again. Let me get to the bottom. Okay, it didn't go all the way through. And the winner is Patrice Gianca. So congratulations, Patrice, as well. You both get $25 gift cards. So it is 12:10. We'll be back at 1:10. I'm going to do it. So if you want to unmute and chat, then you absolutely can. That's fine. I'll unpin myself as well. And then I will be back with you at 1:10, and we will dive into some more kind of traditional cards. I'm going to pull some stuff out, and we're going to have some more fun. So I'll see you in just a little bit, everyone.
All right.
Anyone done any shopping yet for stamp supplies?
I've been adding things as we go. But I'm getting ready to go and search the website now. So
I've added a couple, but I have to limit myself, unfortunately. It's torture.
yeah, I usually load up my cart and then I go through it and say, okay, which one do I want to prioritize?
Yeah, I stick them in my wish list. Like, if I
Yeah.
know I'm like, oh, can't do that yet. I love that wish list.
Is there a way to remove an item from the wish list once you purchase it?
Yeah, once you go in, you can delete it.
Okay.
You go right into your wish list and then just delete.
Is that like snow paste or whatever she was using? Is that very versatile?
The
Because
marshmallow?
yeah, the marshmallow. Because my brain was saying, how often will I actually use this?
You can
Anytime
use
want
it on
to
anything
mention-
you want, white and puffy. I used it on 3 rooftops and a Santa scene the other day, and I actually poofed it up more, and then I brushed off any excess so that it was more like hard pack snow.
Have you used it for anything other than snow?
Yeah, clouds, and like in the
Clouds.
coffee mug, you can use it for sand and add color to it. You can mix in ink colors. You can do a little bit of like brown ink drop and then use it for sand. I mean, anything you want any dimension to, just remember that you can put some on a slab and add ink refill to it or whatever colors you want. You can add glitter to it, anything. Just don't limit yourself to thinking about snow.
Yeah, I have
Right.
I have a zebra stencil and I did black paper and then did the stripes in white. So then it's like a zebra pattern.
Ooh, nice.
I haven't done anything with it yet, but I have it. I'm like, I'm not sure what I can do with this yet, but I did it just to like see how it would look. It came out really cool.
Well, I thought I'd ask the versatility of it and how many things other than like Christmassy snow.
Oh, there's a ton. Like if you do birch trees or something, you could make those, do a black cardstock. If you have a birch tree stencil, you could do them.
I bet it would work really well with stars too.
Yep, stars.
Fur on animals, you can just color it.
Mm-hmm.
I might just have to get some to add to my stash.
Hey guys, it's Mel. Hey Sandy. Hey Teresa.
Hey Mel, how are you?
Are you filling up your shopping cart too, Mel?
Oh, my wish list is ridiculous. Let's just be real.
Mel has fallen
Luckily,
down
this is
the
really
rabbit hole
easy.
and hasn't hit bottom yet.
Yes. But it's real simple. Hey honey, here's what I want.
There you go.
Here you go.
Joy, I don't know if you can heat marshmallow paste with a hairdryer. I don't know if it,
Yes, you can. The Tim
You
Holtz
can?
little heat tool that is less heat does too. You just hold it on there and it'll warm up.
if you've reached flame status, it's gone too far.
I
If
just
you
got
have
that.
snow
I
exploding.
mean, I like charred marshmallow, but
I love charred marshmallow.
Does everybody have the white snow flurries ink?
Yes.
I do
Not
not because I
incredible.
put myself on a choice crafty spending freeze for 6 months.
Oh my.
I did.
Oh.
It ended yesterday.
oh,
I
That
did.
was great timing.
Let me try to. I'll have to try to find it. But I did either. It was either a green or red cardstock, and then I did one of the Christmas. I don't know if it was the music stamp, and I did it in white, the white ink. Oh my God, it was gorgeous.
And you said it's called Snow Flurries?
Yeah, it's a
Snow Flurries pigment ink. I'll drop you a link. Give me one
Oh,
second.
thank you, Lisa.
Oh, the marshmallow paste will not blow off like powders. It's sticky.
Oh, good.
We have several products called Snow Flurries. So there's the ink pad.
So I found it. So I did it on red. The first one came out a little bit blurry because it moved a little bit, but
And
I
the
don't know if you can see it.
Ooh.
Oh, super cute.
How cute.
I,
I mean, it is very crisp. I don't know how it's showing up on the camera, but
Oh,
And-
that looks really good.
yeah, and it would look
No, it
really
looks
cool on
good.
the feed. So I'm doing a bunch of those for like quick and easy ones.
she asked how many people did their Christmas cards, and I felt bad because I was like the only one. I was like, well, everyone's received my Thanksgiving Day cards, and I'm done with the Christmas and Hanukkah cards. I'm just here for the inspiration.
There you
I
go.
have not even started.
Did everything freeze?
All I've done is my original like template, like my test card.
Uh-huh.
So that's all I've done, and it's I don't think it has any Maker Forte, but it's this is a Hero Arts thing, and then I did then I'm gonna put this ornament on it.
I like how
Oh, that's
big
cute.
the ornament is.
So cute.
Like right there, like this. But this is I tried to do the actually this is Maker Forte vellum, the thick stuff, and I did hot foil on it, but it turned out really light. The gold I couldn't even see, so I tried it in red and it looked better. So I'm still I think I'm kind of still I'm on the fence about the vellum, I don't know whether I'm gonna put something else. But I'm just gonna put I'm gonna put the year on the back, and then I'm gonna put this on with dots.
I went
That's
to a
cute.
crop
For cute, Penny.
and
So that's part Maker Forte, but not completely. It's some Hero Art stuff in there too.
how do you use stickles?
Stickles is like a glitter glue. So anywhere you want to add like some sparkle. So like say you have snowflakes, but you don't necessarily want to emboss. You
Uh-huh.
can paint it on with like you can even just tip and squeeze a little out, dab it on your snowflake, and depending on the stickle will be the finish. The stickles are usually a colored background or a clear background with the sparkles. The liquid pearls is a pearlized finish. So think like a dewdrop or a button type of thing.
Okay.
And you can just use them for a little bit of sparkle. If you live in a humid area, put all your stickles on last and leave them off on the side to dry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. I had
in
one.
classes if we had to add stickles or anything. Everybody's like, "We'll do it at home. We'll do it at home," because you can't transport with it and try to keep them in the car from disappearing.
This is my
Right.
stickle sheet. This is the ones that I have.
Yep.
I think they put out a sheet where you can see what they look like. These are the ones that I have. And I did them, and of course it took a while to dry, like Lisa was talking about, but that way I can see
Right.
the colors I actually have.
Oh, that was a good idea. How
What they
to.
look like. And I think this is free. Yeah, this is from Ranger, so you can get this sheet and print it out.
I've been adding this sheets eventually to the front page of Maker Forte down at the bottom. Organize your craft room.
Right.
Remember if I put the stickles ones on there, but I can add it if need be. But like stickles, even like Jelly Roll Stardust pen would add like some shimmer if you want like a little. And my friend Nancy, who's on, she's probably laughing at me right now because I would put the Stardust pen on a lot of things. If you don't necessarily have stickles, especially when you're a new crafter starting out.
Yeah.
And
You
then
can use the stickles for dimension too, not just
yeah.
sparkle.
Stickles will there's another one called Icicles, which will dry flat, but they have more of a chunkier glitter in them. So very similar to a stickles, but it'll dry flatter.
The stickles are not expensive.
Nope.
I mean, just
I had
like
I
start
had
out with
won them in a crop, and I didn't know what to do with them.
Yeah. Stickles, dewdrops, Nuvo drops, a lot of them are very similar. They just have a different finish on them.
You just start out with like gold and silver or something and go from there.
Okay, well, craft supplies until the teacher says now we're going to use loose glitter, and then that's about where they lose me.
Yeah. No glitter for me.
Because I do not use loose glitter.
You know, sometimes it says glitter is an outside activity.
Yeah, it's a mess.
And I'm amazed at how many crafters love it. And I'm like sitting over here, like, I can't stand it.
I like the looks of it.
It's
but
pretty.
I
I just don't like using it.
That's
Well,
because
wasn't it Joy during Oktoberfest or Inktoberfest that went crazy out of her comfort zone?
I don't mind using it. And my daughter works at Joanne Crafts, and she'll come home glitter all over her face, all over her hair, and then I have a trail of it going through my house, up the stairs.
I worked at a Christmas store one year, and I think I still have it embedded in my skin.
I still have the code for bananas still embedded from my head when I was a grocer.
Yeah.
Like 25 plus years ago, 4011 bananas.
Exactly. It's funny how that one sticks with you.
Yeah.
Crafter that asks the business owner, so does the glitter actually come out of the glitter embossing powder when I rub my hand on it, or will it actually stay?
Oh my gosh, that's way too much.
well, that's why I prefer stickles.
I love stickles.
some of my stickles are really old too. They still work. We had a cartonnage retreat this week of, building fabric boxes. So that's kind of what I was doing this week. Too many hobbies.
Last weekend I had a Cricut Jennifer Maker thing, and they did these cool candy holders. This is one of them, but it actually, it's
they're such a good size.
It's refillable. It has a little turdy thing in the back. I don't know if you can see it.
So cute.
So that's what I've been working on. And then
Me
there's
too, Sandy. They had so many cute things.
a little penguin.
So cute.
They're like 8.5 inches tall.
Those are adorable.
Yeah, well, we made this box this time, and it's a toolbox basically, and you can open it up, and it's got a drawer that goes in here,
Oh, nice.
and then you can open it up like this, and you can put your tools up here. You can make it for anything. This was like to put our cartonnage tools in. Then I made a little tray this morning. That's what I was doing, watching. And then you can just put your tools in. But this was like really, really a lot. I got so far behind.
Oh,
Now,
wow.
where was that through?
Colorway Arts. Claudia Squillo is she's the artist, and she designs all these things. And she sells kits, but she also gives you the measurements for whatever. You don't really have to buy anything from her.
Yes.
But let me just say, it's a lot more fun if you buy the kit. And I've been doing it for a while, but especially one like that has so many pieces. I have one that there's like 3 bags of pieces, and I was like, I'm not cutting that.
Wow.
But you can make a lot. I made a lot of little simple things from you make it with chipboard. Where's my stack of stuff I did? I made these little oh yeah, here they are. I made these little boxes. They're like little containers, little trays. And I could still go back and put a lid on them and a handle if I want to. But they're really, I cut these all myself on my big, I got a big cutter that'll cut chipboard.
Yep.
So,
Those are cute, Penny.
Yeah,
and
those are really
you
adorable.
can put, that she has a lid, the pattern, like it has a lid that has the lids come up like that, and then you put a handle in the middle.
Oh,
The one
cute.
I gave to a friend of mine for her birthday already. So, but anyway, that's fun too. You know, it's just the only limit is your budget, I guess, right?
Right.
And that's where it all runs into trouble.
Yeah, that's, you know, I guess it keeps me out of trouble. I don't do other things, you know.
Hi, Gina. How are you doing? It's Renee. It's Renee.
I'm amazed at how
I'm
many
doing good,
artists.
Renee. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I've just
Yeah?
been watching this morning.
Yeah, you staying out of trouble?
Trying to.
Have you been busy making all the new projects?
No, I've been busy working on Christmas cards.
Ah. I've been trying to do a little bit of this and that for Christmas.
Yeah, I've been making some Christmas card boxes for everybody for Christmas presents, and so they can store their Christmas cards in, and too much
That's a
going
great
on.
idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have
It's
a
good
colored
talking with you.
pencil question.
You too.
For colored pencils, someone, I think it was Jay, said that polychromos is for details and Prismacolor was for blending. Can you combine the two pencils together, or are they two separate types of pencils altogether?
I think you can do whatever you want. Whatever looks good to you, you know. I only have the Prismacolor, so that other stuff's not in my budget.
I think I need to get a new Prismacolor set because my original one's about dead.
I'm new to watching this channel, but I'm going to hop in on those Prismacolors. Prismacolor is a soft core, more of a waxy pencil. And the others that she mentioned are an oil base. I have not tried using the two together, but I know the oil base is a much, much harder core. So it's great for fine detail like hair and fur and that kind of thing. Prismacolor works better for more open spaces, or I like it for coloring nature scenes, that kind of thing.
I guess I'll show you, I'll take my video off, but here's the cards I was working on with the marshmallow paste. So the roof and the trees, everything white pretty much is marshmallow paste on these rooftops with Santa.
Very cute, Alicia.
And then like I just did the backgrounds and colors a little different. So the sky's darker with a moon, but still then marshmallow paste all over it.
Oh, wow. I like it on the tree. That's beautiful.
Yeah, the trees are the most fun. And I just took an old paintbrush and painted it on and then wiped it off. And then I used for certain areas where I wanted just kind of a side, I used the dual tip rose brush that Maker Forte has, and an old paintbrush. And then I
flake off any, or
it does. So like mine is more smooth, a lot more level. I heated it up and then I brushed it all off because too, I'd want more in a certain spot. And then every time you heat it, it keeps poofing up more and more and more. So, and I kept finding more spots I wanted to add it to. So then I had to I'd reheat it, and then I'd poof up another area more than I wanted. So I took it outside and I just brushed it all off. I mean, I just took my hand like hard to it, rubbed it as hard as I wanted. I tested it on, actually I have my test paper here. This is like obviously all test stuff, but so you can see it's really poofy on some parts on here because I didn't.
Oh, wow.
So can you see the dimension there? I'm trying
Wow.
and that's not even as big as it gets. And then on the bottom, it's more flat, where I kind of was testing rubbing and on the flower here. So you just have to play with it. I recommend getting a scratch paper. It goes a long ways. You're never going to run out. It doesn't even look like I opened mine. But yeah, I would just do a test paper like I did, and I poofed up all the areas a different amount of time. And then I went outside and rubbed on them. And then I was terrified to put it all over my first one that I took forever coloring with my left hand. And I took it outside and rubbed it all off. And then that's how I chose to do it, because I don't want to mail them and someone open it up and like horrible glitter go everywhere. So
Right.
I played with it and tested it, and that's what I came up with. But
Well, it's
yeah,
awesome.
Good job coloring left-handed.
Yeah, here's my hand. It's getting better. I have the stitches out. It's still pretty swollen, but it's been weeks. And I can move it. I mean, it's movable, and I've been coloring with it now. So It's good therapy. I color for like 10 minutes and then I have to take a break and then color some more. It cramps up and stuff, but I just don't have all the movement or strength. It takes a long time to get the strength back. It's amazing how fast you lose.
Oh yeah. I had, in 2001, I went down with a back injury. I woke up one morning, my back was achy. 4 hours later, I couldn't walk. Long story short, I didn't sit, stand, or walk for 2 months. I was flat on my back, and they were telling me it was muscle spasms and a rotated pelvis, and they're putting me through physical therapy, and it's making it worse. Finally, I went down really bad, and I went to a chiropractor, and he got me where I wasn't screaming. Took 2 more weeks to get into a neurosurgeon. I had a herniated disc pushing on 2 nerves. And I lost reflexes from my ankle down. Half my foot was numb. He actually got me into surgery the next morning because I had been down.
November 29th.
What was that, Penny?
I'm having to wait till November 29th to have my back surgery.
Oh, well, I didn't sit, stand, or walk for 2 months. This was back in 2001. I was in the middle of building a house and planning a wedding. And I had surgery at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I was walking by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Went home the next day. They said, all right, start sitting up for, 5-10 minutes a day. And I'm up for like 5 minutes. I stopped physically getting sick. And they're like, well, it's probably because, you're in the hospital, you picked up a touch of something. I'm like, no, because if I'm laying down, I'm fine. Well, it turns out what it was is my body got so used to being laying flat that sitting up, my body was objecting to it. And it took me a month to be able to sit up for 8 hours. So it's like,
if my pain is really bad when I wake up in the morning, it takes me 2 hours to get it to ease off.
Yeah.
And I've had fairly high pain tolerance. I've had 3 hip replacements and 2 knee replacements.
Wow.
And this back thing is just, and they finally did another MRI and said, yeah, you have no space in your lumbar. I mean, there's nothing there.
It's debilitating. It's like, but you can lose it so fast when you don't.
My problem is it doesn't feel better to lay down. It gets worse.
Yeah.
So I dread going to bed at night. Isn't that terrible?
Yeah.
And I love sleeping. I haven't been doing much lately. Oh Lord, getting older.
Just get so weak so fast. It's unfortunate because you can't help it. It just goes away really quick. I mean, I was able to start using my hand within 5 days, just wiggling my fingers, but my fingers already felt stiff and sore just from not being able to move them and use them. It's ridiculous.
People don't realize how quickly you can be in the hospital like 3 days, and it'll take you weeks to come back from that.
Yeah.
I took another class with another company right after my surgery, probably 8 days after. And I used embossing powder so I could try to color. And I did these watercolor.
Oh, wow.
That's beautiful.
So these were left-handed watercolors too, but I had the embossing powder to help me keep in line.
Yeah, that was a good idea.
It was
I
nice.
need to work with embossing powder more. I just can't get the hang of it for some reason.
That's a love-hate relationship with embossing powder for me.
Teresa, you know what I discovered? Because I had never used it before, and I got a heat gun and I had some embossing powder, and like Alex does it, and it like comes out so glossy and smooth, and I'm trying to do it, and it's like it's not turning, it's not getting glossy, it's not getting smooth. Well, come to find out, different embossing powders melt differently. Some of them don't go smooth, and others do, and I never knew that. And the ones that I happened to have were the ones that didn't go smooth. So I was racking my brain trying to figure out what I was doing wrong, and it was just the way the embossing powder actually works.
Some have texture once you
Right.
melt it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't know that, so I was going crazy. I'm like, I hate this stuff. I'm never doing it again. And then I finally found out that's how some of them are.
Yeah, and
but embossing powder was my
overheating is
favorite,
one of the
you know.
biggest problems.
Right. But I just like, I kept heating it because I'm like, I'm not getting the smooth finish. I'm not seeing it turn. Well, the
Yeah, and
one
if-
that I had doesn't do that.
Yeah, and if you warm up the paper from the back too, it just helps, especially the ones with glitter in it, helps control it. Because
Yep.
once you warm it slowly from the back, the glitter starts to settle into the embossing powder, and then you can go to the top after that.
See, I'm one-handed. I don't do the glitter embossing powder from the back. I just carefully do it from the front and then pray it stays.
Honestly, I just don't use the ones with glitter. I prefer not to. I don't, because it's so hit or miss, and I hate anything that has glitter that rubs off. I can always add like the stickles or the Wink Stella pens, and there's so many different glitter options to add on after to make it sparkly, and
Yeah.
sprays that I do that the majority of the time. I will use glitter on certain projects with like double-sided tape and stuff, but it's not my preferred. I won't even buy decorations that have glitter all over them. If I touch it and there's glitter on my hand, nope, it's not coming home.
I have a friend, I told her glitter is like the herpes of the craft world. And I did. I heard that somewhere, like one retreat or something, and it stuck with me for years. And I told my friend that, and she finds it the biggest joke in the world that I absolutely hate loose glitter, that every holiday card I get from her poofs out glitter from the envelope. To the point where I just given up on telling her I don't like glitter.
Barbara,
Michelle,
it was
you had an
marshmallow paste.
eye-opening experience, and glitter is now your favorite thing, and maybe she won't do it anymore. Reverse psychology.
Yeah, the minute you tell somebody you hate glitter, they start sending you stuff with glitter.
Put glitter in a card for her like confetti, and then maybe she won't do it again.
The problem is she forgets I don't like it, or she just finds it hilarious.
I'm the one that sends the stuff with glitter. I used to have a coworker that hated glitter, and I send every birthday card I'd ever sent him has glitter.
My mom used to send loose like confetti filled stuff, and she would stick it in the card. You'd open it up, it'd be like everywhere. I'm like, Mom, don't do that, please. That is not cute.
I don't think I would like that either.
But the paper confetti is easy to pick up. Glitter stays around for like 30 years to live in the house.
I mean, some of y'all know I used to be a nurse at the school, and they send those kids down for me to check for lice all the time. And I'm like, I didn't find any lice, but I sure saw some glitter. They're all in their hair. Girls mostly, of course. They would definitely have that glitter in their hair. I'm like, honey, do you know you got glitter in your hair? Yeah.
Someone in the chat just used marshmallow paste for the first time, and she wanted to point out less is more, and that's for sure. She said she has a big mess, and you do not need hardly any. Like I said, test it on a piece of paper first, and it is so light and fluffy that it is worse than glitter. That's what she wrote. It is worse because it kind of just flies in the air and sticks and stuff to your hands, but you just blow it right off. That's why I took mine outside. I put it on, I heated it, and I went immediately outside. And yes, it's winter and we have snow and it's cold. I don't care. I took it outside and I brushed it all off outside, and it just lightly flies in the air. Oh yeah, I live in North Pole, Alaska. So sorry for the new people. There's a lot of people. I've been on here forever. So yeah, sorry. I live in Alaska. So yes, we have lots of
I remember somebody saying that they were from the North Pole, but I couldn't remember who it was.
Yeah, we have snow. We just got 4 more inches Wednesday.
I think the one thing that agitates me about the weather at the moment is I live in Virginia and it's like, 70s, 80s. And my mom, who lives in Texas, who's always like, it's warm, wrote me, it's 42 degrees. And I'm like, I'm still in short sleeves. That's not right.
Yeah, I'm in Rhode Island.
Like, you should be in short sleeves. I should be in the sweatshirts.
Yeah, I'm in Rhode Island, and same thing. Like, we've had 70-degree weather, and now this week it's supposed to drop down and like be in the 20s at night, and it's like a 20-30 degree difference from last week.
It's 85 here today.
Yeah, I live in
You go
Louisville,
swimming.
and we got snow yesterday, and the day before it was 80.
Wow.
Wow.
I live in Virginia, and it's like short weather. I wear shorts around.
Yeah, yesterday was quite warm here, and today it's like rainy and raw and cold. And
I'm just hoping that it's cool on Thanksgiving, because we had a 70-degree Thanksgiving once, and the house got really hot with the 2 ovens going.
Oh, I bet.
Our house gets hot in Thanksgiving time cooking, even in Alaska. But yeah,
that's the only
we've
thing my husband and I fight about. I'm always hot and he's always cold. Yesterday, I had the fan on low over me. I had a sheet and a blanket. He had a sheet, 2 blankets, and a comforter on him.
It sounds like me and my husband.
My family's been out ice fishing the last 2 weekends already. The lake they were at 2 days ago already has 8 inches of ice.
wow.
So yeah, we can take the snow machines out on it now, but not the vehicle yet. We normally take the vehicle out on them after
Were you born and
Thanksgiving.
raised in Alaska, or are you from?
Yeah, I still live where I live 7 minutes away from the house I grew up in. My parents still live in the house I was born and raised in.
Oh, wow.
I left for 4 years. My husband was in the Navy, but we came right back.
So you got a dose of what it's like down this way.
Oh, we were in the desert and he was in the Navy, and it was horrible where we were in California. So yeah.
Oh boy.
Never again.
Total opposite.
And then you were down popping in and out with Alex, and
Yeah, I went to Florida, I think 5 times in 6 months. And but yeah, I mean, I've been around most of our family. My brothers and my parents live here, and we've always lived here. But all our other family is in Wyoming and Colorado and Nebraska. So I've traveled a little bit around growing up and stuff. So, and then we've been to Costa Rica and Hawaii for vacations when we can to get out of here in the when it's 50 below in the winter. So,
I don't think I would survive. My blood would freeze.
you could always put more layers on.
Yeah, but I have that whole foot thing going on where even here in the summer, if I don't walk around with socks and slippers, my feet get cold and then they cramp on me.
Oh yeah, my dad's feet are cold 24/7. He's always had really cold feet, and he'll go in, and if he's been working outside, he'll go in and take his socks and stuff off and hair dry his feet, and then put socks and slippers back on.
Yeah, I have to put my feet in warm water to get them to warm up, because it gets right down to the bone. Like even in the summer, if they get chilled and I don't warm them up quick, it's like right down to the bone cold. Yeah, Lisa, wool socks don't even work.
I looked up one location, I forget where it was, and it was on YouTube, and they were talking about polar winters and how it's pitch black so many months out of the year with no sun. And I told my husband, I was like, so you want to move there? It looks relaxing.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. It starts to get light. Well, it never gets completely light anymore. The sun will be out, but it's kind of dusky. So when I take my kids to school in the morning, my first ones, it's dark, completely dark. And then when I take my youngest to school at 9 a.m., it's starting to get as light as it'll get, or between 9 and 10. And then by 3:34, the sun's, starting to go down, and it's already getting dusky again, but it doesn't get dark out until right now, probably 7 p.m. 7. Yeah, probably 7. Well, no, I took my daughter. No, it's getting dark at 6:30 already. 6:30 at night. So, it starts to get light between 9 and 10, and then it's getting dark between 5:30, 6:30. But it doesn't bother me because I grew up here. And when I lived in California, I was talking to my brother one day, and he's like, "Oh, it's probably dark there right now in the middle of the summer." And I was like, "Oh, you're right, it is." But so since I grew up with it, it doesn't affect me.
Yeah.
But in the summer, it just gets dusky. It never gets dark. It's light all the time. So you stay out late and don't realize it. Sometimes you'll be outside working and it'll be 11 o'clock at night. And you're like, "Oh crap, we haven't even had dinner yet. We need to go in. Stop playing."
We watch.
I found it hilarious. The one lady was like, she said the only benefit is that in the polar winters you dust before it happens, and then after that you don't know the dust is even there. I'm like, wow.
So is the North Pole a small village, or is it a town, a city? What is it like?
Yeah, it's a town. We have, I don't know, maybe a little less than 3,000 is the population, I think, but we're only 15 minutes from Fairbanks, Alaska. And we have a huge, Fairbanks is huge, and it's just big all surrounding us. But it's got 3 gas stations, a grocery store, probably 6 restaurants, a farm, 2 pharmacies, a middle school, a high school, and an elementary school right in the town. Like there's a laundry place, a massage place, like literally I could name everything really quick. That's almost everything right there.
North Pole, Alaska does the special postmark because it's one of those like Christmas towns.
Yeah. And yeah, the post office does a special one. It is North Pole. So all year, if you take any mail to the North Pole post office, it's going to be postmarked from North Pole. If you go towards town, we have 2 or 3 other post offices, and it's going to be marked Fairbanks. But yeah, and it's decorated. One time on one of the craft shows, I took everyone to North Pole and showed them our light posts. There are candy canes, and there's a Santa Claus house and a reindeer farm, and it's open year round, and you can actually go talk to Santa and Mrs. Claus, and you can go see the reindeer. And it's set up as a touristy town, but it's just what it is. It's our town, and it's Christmas year round in North Pole. Everyone's taking their Halloween decorations down now, and some people are putting up Christmas stuff. So homes aren't Christmas year round, but the North Pole city is decorated Christmas year round. And there's some roundabouts, and they put flowers in them in the summer. And right now, all the flowers, of course, were taken out months ago. And they have like those light up snowmen and trees and presents and things that you see like at Walmart and stuff. So the roundabout things are lit up all winter long with Christmas stuff too.
Yep.
And it's still my favorite holiday. I never get tired of it.
You could almost hold a Zoom event and charge admission for a tour.
Yeah, it's hard. My husband and I snuck off for breakfast at one of the crafter parties, and it was freezing out. I think it was 30 below that day. I don't even remember. And I ran outside and showed you guys the light post, and that was about it. I'm like, "This is North Pole. Here's the light post." but oh no, actually I drove over to the Santa Claus house too and showed that. But yeah, it's hard on Zoom.
Gotcha.
Do you still do a lot of the touristy things, or do you stop that after living there for so many years?
No, I still do it. I still take the kids to Santa Claus house every year. And I like to go there, and it's funny because you think you could go there and get good gifts, but they have probably 40 different trees decorated in there where you buy ornaments and stuff, but they don't all say North Pole. Like I'm always looking for North Pole specific gifts and things. And I have better luck at Walmart and our grocery stores with that stuff. But I go there. I like to find special ornaments for people. And I just like to go there a couple times a year, and they have a nice cafe with fudge and hot chocolate. And I take the kids, and my kids are 10, 14, and 20 now. And I still tell Santa their name secretly and have them sit on their lap and talk to them. And yeah, I know I'm a big sap for Christmas, but No, and then I haven't even seen a quarter of the state, and I've lived here my whole life. So we went to several different places this year that we hadn't been to, and we went fishing in Valdez, which I did when I was younger, but we had never taken our kids. So we were traveling around. I mean, it's just endless possibilities and endless hiking, endless sightseeing. So,
You have gold fever?
yeah. No, I've taken the kids gold panning. They've definitely done that. And they've done a lot of the schools, they try to do some gold panning field trips. So we've gotten to go to a mine a couple times and do some gold panning and things like that. But
well, I'm in Buffalo, New York, and we're getting snow right now.
Oh yeah, you should be. Oh. Yep. I know.
In here.
Our snow normally melts. I'd say at least the last 10 years, the snow melts before Halloween. We get it, but it melts, and we've gotten really lucky. This year it stayed. So we've had it since the beginning of October this year, but we get lucky sometimes and we don't have to walk through snow and stuff for Halloween, but we did this year. Not tons. There's not tons, but
I'm lucky if I get a decent amount of snow and my school shut down for enough snow to cause a footprint. Like a dusting. That's the area of Virginia I live in, and it's probably the biggest joke living in the South when it comes to snow. And my entire family that lives in New Jersey and elsewhere laughs at me.
Yeah,
how my state reacts.
Closes everything, and there's a rush at the grocery stores.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, we used to get, 6-8 inches of snow. We would still have school. Now it's like they threaten, oh, there might be an inch of snow, and they like shut everything down. I'm like, what a bunch of wusses.
Yeah, my mom's like, I went up the hill and back in snow, and I'm like laughing. I was like, that's not.
Yeah, I mean, I remember one time when like the bus had to turn around in a driveway and they couldn't quite make the turn and they went into like the snowbank. So kids are out shoveling out the school bus now. God forbid they do anything, but it's like I went to high school out of town because my town didn't have their own high school. And it was about a half an hour ride on the bus. And you would get like about 3/4 of the way there and there was like a snow line. So we would be in high school and it would be raining there. And it's like all the kids in Exeter West Greenwich, early dismissal. So we're all going nuts. And it's like, everybody's like, no way, it's only raining. Well, you get 15 minutes away from the school and now there's 4 inches of snow.
Unfortunately, we don't cancel school for weather. The only times it's ever got canceled is when we're getting rain in the middle of winter and the buses go out. And if they can't stay on the road, then they cancel it.
Yeah.
The South can't deal with snow. I remember like back in the day when I was like in high school and they were debating canceling school while we're in classes and they just got us on the buses and home. As the snow was like covering the ground and they're lucky they even got the students home. And then after that, it's been a full-on panic. Even the word mention of snow, it's like, bam, schools are closed. See you in like a week.
Yeah, well, Amy, you guys don't really have to deal with snow too much, do you?
I live close near the ocean, so more like on the coastline. So I don't get as much snow as like more like the city of Richmond. That's more inland.
Yeah.
So I'll be lucky if I get like real snow.
I'm in Fredericksburg, and
I'm in Chesapeake. So.
Yeah, the mountains block so much that's coming from the west that we don't get anything. And even from the north, it like peters out before it gets down to Fredericksburg. So I think we get maybe 1 snow a year.
Yeah.
And then it's across your fingers whether or not you stick around.
I'm lucky if I get 1 big snow a year. And it's usually really late winter, but majority of the time it doesn't.
Yeah, February.
Yeah, we used to have snowy Decembers when I was a kid, right through February, March. And, 6 to 8 inches, all the time was nothing. And now it's like, we don't get snow until like January. And most of the time it's like a few inches. Very seldom do you get like the big snowstorms that we used to get. And then when we do get them, 8 inches a foot, everybody that, my girls are like, oh my God, this is a lot of snow. I'm like, this used to be the norm. This is what we grew up with, was like getting 12 inches of snow at a time. And, you don't get that now over here.
Yeah, I feel like we used to get way more when I was younger too. And of course, my time we were out there with shoveling the snow by hand,
Right.
none of our 4-wheeler plows and truck plows. And when I went to school, I live on a hill where my parents still live, and the bus driver would get out and put chains on the tires to go up. And then when we got to the bottom again, he'd have to get out and take them off. Now all of our buses have push button automatic chains.
See,
Wow.
the reason ours panics is because we don't have the plows, and they have to bring plows from out of state to help.
Right. Yeah.
Because we don't have the amount to deal with it. And then the people who live on like the back country roads, the reason schools get canceled for so long is because they just basically wait for all that to melt.
Wow.
And pray it melts in time, because they don't even bother going back there.
Yeah, here they don't know how to deal with snow. The people that live here. I'm from Puerto Rico and I love snow. So, and I know how to drive on snow. Ice is different, but here they close schools because they don't want their kids standing on the corner freezing.
Right.
Yeah.
which I think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, that cracks me up because there's many mornings where I was out at the bus stop minus 40 below waiting for the bus. You have to dress for it.
Yep.
But I guess in Puerto Rico, they don't even have like the winter, they don't store the winter clothes because there's just no reason for it.
No, it's kind of funny. When I was in high school, I went to a private high school and we had a 100% wool sweater for when it got into like the 70s, which is the coldest it ever gets.
Wow.
Unless you go to the mountains and then you will have like 50s and stuff. But it was funny, and I would wear it, which I would get cold. Now I don't wear anything too warm until it's like 40.
Wow.
My husband calls me the Puerto Rican Eskimo.
Gina, have you made anything? You always have show and tell. I haven't seen.
Did Gina disappear?
No, Gina's there. She just didn't hear me. Have you made anything, Gina? I normally get show and tell from you.
Sorry. Yes, I'm just sitting here listening, and right now I'm making gift card purse holders. And I made 6 cards the easy way, because these I'm donating, and they're just, just the things on the front. And then in the inside, just stamping with Alex's stamp. So yes, I'm busy.
I saw you on the phone earlier, and I was going to type in the chat. Can you hear me? Can you hear me yet? But I was like, I'll leave her alone.
Oh, my son had called me to ask me about, he was getting the turkey for Thanksgiving, and he wanted to know what size turkey he should get.
Bigger the better if it fits in the pan, right?
Pardon?
I said the bigger the better if it still fits in the pan.
Yeah, well, he's having Thanksgiving dinner at his house this year, and we have Christmas Eve this year. And so he was telling me that my sister is going to be bringing a ham, and that we're going to be having 13 people. And so he was asking about the size of the turkey, and he was at Costco. Well, we all know that Costco doesn't carry small turkeys. So he's like, do you think 21 pounds will be okay, Mom? I said, yeah, I would kind of look for about an 18 pound. He's like, nope, got the 21 pound. That's what I'm doing. He said, it's packed in here today. I want to get out of here.
My husband
yummy
came home
turkey
with
soup.
a 24-pound turkey last night.
Uh-oh.
My husband came home with a 24-pound turkey last night.
Wow, you're lucky you could find one that big.
That's why he grabbed it. He said that the big ones are hard to find, but we're not going to have that many people here. He
Yeah,
said,
You have leftover.
we only have small ones, which is fine for me because we only have 5 people. So I already ordered mine yesterday.
I like to do turkey soup and turkey sandwiches for days after if I can.
Yeah.
Ooh, turkey pot pies, like homemade pot pies.
Yeah, but we're all coming from out of town, so.
Yeah, I like to make a really good turkey soup and make stock and then make the soup with that stock and then freeze some of the stock.
Yep.
So
boil the whole turkey, what's left, and get all the goodies out of it and the flavors and yeah.
Yes.
I gotta try to find out how many people actually come to my house. Usually it's small for me, but I still need to try to figure all that out and plan that soon.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. Up until the last few years, I never really did a countdown for how many days left of school. For those of you that don't know, I'm a special education teacher and I work a lot of hours. And it's like the last couple of years, I have been counting it down. I'm like, oh my gosh, how much longer? You know, I'm worse than the kids some days.
Yeah, Gina, my daughter just heard that you're a special ed teacher. That's what she wants to go into. She does the Best Buddies program, and she is like the happiest on the days that she gets to work with the kids.
Well, I think that is wonderful. Colleges do not prepare. Hi, sweetie. Do not prepare kids for what the real world is like, and they don't. Just know that it's a very tough job and that you have to really want to do it in order to survive because the paperwork will kill you.
Yeah, I'm going on 7 years working with one girl, 4 years working with another girl. I've done equine therapy for 2 years, well, with a friend. And I went to an autism camp a couple times with animals, and I love working with it.
That's wonderful, sweetie. I wish you the very best because the fact that you have experience gives you a leg up because you know what to expect. Because what they teach you in college, you just learn it so that you can take the tests, but the real world is very different.
Yeah. Yeah.
They've actually when she's in 9th grade this year, but last year when she was in 8th grade, there was only like 3 kids in the class, but the teachers would actually, the one girl that she's been working with for 7 years, she'll sometimes get into these funks where they just can't get through to her, and they'll actually call Amanda to kind of get her back to reality.
Yeah.
They actually leave her here, take the keys in case I can't get back in, and they'll leave her in charge of the kids. You know, and the principals are like, don't bother going to school, just come work here, you know, and it's like, she's just so good with the kids and they just respond to her.
That is wonderful. That is wonderful. I have been doing special education for 21 years and it has changed so much and the expectations are very high. Yeah. So I think that that's wonderful that you love those children and they are very, very blessed to have you because it's hard to work with some of those students that have disabilities and behaviors and things like that. So I applaud you. And I think that that's wonderful.
The equine therapy that she does, the lady is 26, but mentality of a like 8-9-year-old.
Yeah.
And when the lady that does the program told her aide that she was bringing someone in to work with her, the aide was like, this is not going to go well because she's in a group home and like she doesn't even respond to staff and she's very difficult to deal with. First day Amanda worked with her, she was getting stuff out of her that she was getting her to do all her exercises, to do all her paperwork. And the next time she asked, where's Amanda? Is Amanda coming? You know,
it's
and it just,
she could relate to her.
Yeah. And the aide was like,
age.
yeah, the aide was like, I can't believe this. She's like, she doesn't take to new people. And she just listened to everything that Amanda said. It was just, the aide was like shocked.
Yeah.
Well, I want to say props to where you live and the community and the things that they offer for her to be allowed to help it. Because my favorite thing when I was in elementary school through 5th grade, my recess and my lunch, I spent in their classroom helping them and volunteering, and they don't allow that here anymore. Like, they're more segregated. It's unfortunate.
Really?
Like, I mean, they're not necessarily completely segregated, but students don't go in and help. So,
Wow.
but,
No, they have.
One of
there's
my
not those
friends,
programs.
Wow.
one of my close friends is a special ed teacher, and I suggest for going as a special ed teacher to have someone to talk to, because I know she gets extremely stressed.
Yeah.
As a special ed teacher, just with everything she deals with, and she just needs someone to just vent to.
Right. Yeah.
About what's going on. It makes a difference to say, hey, just tell me about your week, or of what you want to share.
My daughter's got anxiety, and she's doing really well with it. But a couple of years ago, she called me in tears. She was having a panic attack. We talked on the phone, got her through it. She came home from school, burst through the door. I had the best day ever. I'm like, you called me crying. She's like, I got to work with the kids. Changed her whole day, and she loves it, and they just respond to her, and they have got that National Best Buddies program in, and she does a lot through that. And, it's just, she wants to do this so bad that she pushes through that anxiety, and because she wants to work with these kids.
I think what makes me feel bad for teachers is they don't get the money and support to get the things they need for their classroom.
Recognition.
Yeah.
Recognition, the appreciation.
Like, because my teacher friends are always posting Amazon lists before school starts of everything they need, because they don't have money to be able to do it.
Yeah.
My daughter was a middle school and high school teacher when she graduated school, and the last 2 years she worked with special needs kids. And the thing that blew my mind was that because of budget cuts, there's no nurses in the school, and she had to change. One of the kids had a kidney catheter that she had to learn how to change, and that was mind blown. I mean, I was so surprised about that.
Yeah, that's kind of shocking.
It is shocking, and all states are different. I live in Texas, and Texas has very strong mandates for a lot of things, and they have a lot of expectations for teachers, and it's hard. It's really hard, but we do at least have, in my school district, we are fortunate. We are one of the top school districts in the state, and it's because of our superintendent and all of the hard work that he's done since he's been here to bring forth programs and teach, incredible things. But so we are pretty blessed as far as things go, but used to be I used to spend a lot of my own money, and my classroom was full of everything that I had bought. But yeah, it's unfortunate though that the people that know the least amount about what's really happening in classrooms are the ones that are making the laws.
Right.
Yeah, no.
Yes, I was PTA president for many years and at different schools, and our budget to help teachers was pretty big because I thought it was the most important part.
Yeah, no, our district's pretty good, and the classroom that the kids have is, yes, they have their own classroom to be with where they can get that help, but anytime they can be with the kids, lunchtime, they go and eat with the kids in the cafeteria and all that. but the classroom, they each have their own desk and everything. They have like little areas where they can go to relax. And it's actually pretty good. And then they get involved with the school and everything because they have this little, what they call a cafe, where teachers can order like little breakfast foods and drinks from them. And they'll put the order together and then they'll go and bring it to the classrooms, and that's how they interact. And it's actually pretty good in our district.
Yeah,
I
our
shouldn't say
district
ours
has
is horrible.
a lot of interactive type things too, especially in the high school level. I work in the elementary level. I am a pre-K through 4 teacher. And so, you know, I'm working with the little ones, and you know, I do have to give my district a lot of praise, because they do work really hard to support us.
Yeah,
You're
I should
very
take back
lucky.
the system for the children is great here. I think and they do, just like Sandy's daughter just explained, you know, interacting at the lunchtime and certain classes and stuff, but bringing the children that don't need the help into that group, I think, is very important for the world, for everyone to learn more about it, and for both sides to interact with each other. It's helpful for both sides, and I don't see that anymore. I don't, you know, like my daughter can't go in and volunteer in their classrooms and help and learn for herself and for them. And so I miss that aspect of it that I don't see happening in our districts anymore, but they definitely do have support and are, you know, involved, and not just secluded. I made it sound like they stay in their classroom and that's it. That's not true. It's more like how Sandy's daughter just explained, that is the situation, but just not the involvement with outside kids.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's because, you know, they don't have enough support. We don't have enough staff. All of our classrooms are too full. You know, I mean, there's reasoning behind it, but
Absolutely.
I feel like, you know, some things could have stayed the same and been helped throughout. And I just wish they had, but.
Right. Because what does it cost the district to let the kids help, you know? And that
Exactly.
Also, if that's something they're interested in, they can explore that to see if they truly are interested in it or not.
It should be offered as one of their electives. You know, they have to have so many electives to graduate. Why can't that be an elective?
Right.
You know, I mean, there's options.
Yes. And if I might, though, just say that from a teacher standpoint, we also have to look at things like behaviors and other kinds of things. And sometimes it's not safe for students to work with them. And so there's a lot of things that go into that. So, you know, it really does need to be individualized due to the fact that students need different things. And I got to tell you, as being in this field for such a long time and seeing all kinds of children today are more needy and have more disabilities. And when I say that, I mean more than one disability than they've ever had. And it's unfortunate, and it's due to all of the things in our society that, you know, happen. And so, you know, there is a lot of liability things that have to be looked at. And so while a lot of us would love for kids to come in and help students, it's just not a safe type of thing sometimes.
Yeah, and it would depend on the severity of.
Well, even 35 plus years, you know, when I did it 35 years ago or whenever, everyone wasn't allowed in. You know, I mean, I had good grades. I had talked to the teachers. They okayed it with my parents, you know, I mean, things were still done then. And so I just wish some of that could be added in, obviously with restrictions, but yeah.
And with me, I'll like email the principal, and every now and then, like every couple of weeks, maybe or so, I'll pick like one day where I don't have any work. I'm like all set in my classes, because we have PLT at the end, which is you get to pick something more fun to do. And usually it'll be when I have silent study where I would just do homework. I'll like say, am I okay to go? And then the principal will say, yep, just show your teacher this. And then I'll go and spend like the last 45 minutes of a day down there. And it's just so fun going in there. And even at the end of the day during the PLTs time, they actually have a special PLT with the special needs kids in the classroom, where there's like one of them is Pure Pals, where you go and get to interact like playing games with the kids. And actually next PLT that I'm doing, one of the ones I selected is we're going to be doing arts. So we're going to get to go in the classroom and just do a bunch of different fun arts and crafts with the kids. And it's like easier stuff that they can do. So it's like the kids who are going into the classroom versus the kids that are in there, they can help each other and we'll be able to interact more with that. So that'll be a lot of fun.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Can I say thank you for your service
Oh,
as a teacher, and especially as a special ed teacher? My sisters, my dad was a teacher, and I have 2 sisters and a nephew who are all special ed teachers.
yeah,
And
it can be
special
a
ed
pretty
teacher, you have
thankless
to have
job
the
sometimes.
patience saint.
Oh, I couldn't do it. I listen to the stories my sisters are saying, and it's like, yeah, no, I would probably end up in jail. I don't have it in me to do it. It does take a special person.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your kindness.
I think teachers in general are very underappreciated, underpaid.
Well, I
And
do have to say that the
under-recognized.
pay is getting better in our
Not
state
here
of
in Utah.
Texas.
It's not Utah. We've got one of the biggest classroom sizes and the lowest paid teachers. And then they wonder why they can't keep teachers.
Yeah.
Well, in our district, they believe that nurses shouldn't make more than teachers. So
Yeah.
the nurses in the district are really underpaid.
Yeah, I agree with you, Penny.
A big part of you guys knows me, and I'll be the tough one to say it, but Alex is ready to get started.
Oh, that's wonderful, Alex. We're ready for you.
Sorry.
All right. All right. Yeah. Welcome back to part 2. I actually thought maybe we could play around with some fairy floss because we've had lots of questions on that as well. And also have some, we'll do a winner, a $25 gift card from the Zoom. And then I'm going to do, I have the couple of free orders picked as well. So let's do the Zoom one first. And that's going to Gretchen. So congratulations, Gretchen. And put this on Instagram. The free orders I got. So the first one is to Deborah Cobb, and it's 23400. And the second one I had is Rhonda Miller, and that's on 23408 as well. So congratulations to both of you. So yeah, so what I thought we could do is play around with a little bit of fairy floss. I did send out the VIP code again, so your 15% off code, I sent that back out to you. Yeah, fairy floss is kind of cool. So if you haven't seen it before, let's take a look at it. It looks, I've got the fan on, which I may regret. But this is kind of how it comes. It looks like the stuff you put on your Christmas tree. And a little bit really does go quite a long way. I'm going to kind of just pull that off. That should make me a nice piece. And you can mix colors, or you can do a single color. This is a brand new color. We're releasing it today for the first time. And it's called Emerald. It reminded me of that, like, again, beautiful emerald color. I usually wear emerald rings. I'm a big emeralds girl. So what you want to do is take a piece of our silicone coated parchment. This is non-stick silicone coated. So we use this for foiling, use it for all sorts of things. And this is what you're going to work on. And as I say, there's all sorts of different colors. I don't know. I have Bosco Mule here as well. So we can put in a little bit of that too. And so there's lots of stuff you can do with it. So you could stick this down just as is. You can use some adhesive. But we're going to turn this into like our own handmade paper. And I'm going to do a couple of different things. So this is my first one. And so the reason I put the cardstock in is it allows me to kind of get my sizing about right. Because I'm going to make something and then put it on top of this. I'm going to show you a few different options for it. So we're going to make a few different pieces. So I'm just taking here, you don't have to keep the cardstock in there. Mine just happens to be in there and it's easier to not take it out. And I'm running it through my laminator, which is over here on the side. So I'm sorry, you can't see, you can kind of see it going in over here, but I'm just running it through. I preheated this over lunch, so it should be good. So really slow. This is just there. You don't have to be too precise, Francine. She said, I guess you have to be careful none is poking out of the parchment paper. So as long as you've not got tons poking out, just a little bit would be fine. But you can see now I have this really cool piece of handmade paper, which is like a fabric / paper. So you can turn this, you can stitch with it. Like if you like to, I know Melissa likes to sew on her cards, you could sew on this, Melissa. I'm just going to kind of break this piece off here because I don't want to fold it up a bit. And so you can kind of break apart the fibers. Now there used to be something like this around years and years ago, but you used to have to iron it and all kinds of stuff. So I found out what it was and how it was made and all that stuff. And so we changed it so that you can use it in a laminator. It has that lower melting point, but you don't have to be like too picky about it sticking out of your laminator. And then I'm going to do one here. And I'm going to mix up some Moscow Mule and some emerald. So I'm just kind of like pulling it apart, pushing it together. Like, and there's a couple of other colors. There's, I think we've run out of the Aurora, but there's a mint chip. We can do that in a second. We can throw a little bit. So this one I'm doing thicker, just so you can kind of see the difference. I like my laminators, for some reason, it's just like started to go at a snail's pace. The one that was in your color pop is called Mimosa, I think. So there's 2 other colors here too. And you can reuse the parchment. The reason I'm not is I wrecked my laminator the other day and I got embossing powder inside of it. So every time I run it through, there's more embossing powder that melts back onto my parchment. So I'm using it as a cleaning mechanism at the same time. So here's another one. So this is Emerald and Moscow Mule mixed together. Look at that. Can you see the fibers mixed in there? So that's just Emerald. And then that's Emerald mixed with some Moscow Mule. We'll drop some links for you, Teresa. So it does get thicker. This is more like a thin cardstock. And then this is more like almost like tissue paper thickness. But then you could take, let's say I'm using mine to clean, but Let's take a little bit of emerald. And so this time I'm not going to mix it as well. So I have kind of more veins running through the whole thing. As I say, you can use it loose too. Now I have little fibers, but you see that there's little bits hanging out here, Gina, and that's not going to do my laminator any harm. That will come through fine. It's not going to get all tangled up or anything. You may look like you've been decorating for Christmas by the end of it, but that's okay too. And we do have, so we've got the cardstock today, we've got a couple of stencils, we've got next month's Lift Your Spirit stamp set. So all that kind of stuff is available in the store. Lisa can, I think, has a link to a special collection she was dropping earlier. You can see, so this is emerald mixed with mint chip. And then you've got just the emerald. This one's cool, it kind of has like veins in it. Like you see these like lighter bits in here. It's hard with the camera. There you go. See it better on that side. Like that. And then I'm just going to make myself a couple of little pieces like this. Just want like some little ornate pieces to put under stuff. Ah, see, Florida and our fans. You don't see any pressure, Sandy. It needs something just to keep it a little bit flat. But it's the heat that's the important part. But if you do it with a heat gun, it's not quite the same thing. But any laminator will do. So if you've got a mink, you can use a mink. If you've got I don't know, the Royal Sovereign, I think. Mine's just the Amazon Basics, the one I always use. I feel like it's funny as well. You could, Catherine, yeah, you could use an iron if you wanted to. So here's a little piece. You see it's not sticking to the paper either. I'm just using the paper to get my sizing right. And I really want this one to be like super wispy. That's like, okay, that much. So you can see you can have a little bit go like a really long way. But once it's pressed out, it's kind of fun, and you can pull off some of the stragglers if you want to. Like the fibers will feel different once they're heated. I use the Maker's Magic No Show, and then you don't see any of it through this. And so I want to do this one without the cardstock because it does make a tiny difference. Or, I mean, it kind of depends, but I think it does make a little bit of a difference not having the cardstock in there. You can see Like you've got these really cool. So when we're making a card, we can do this and then stick our element on, and that's pretty much it. So you could just sit, like take a few strands, put it through the laminator, and then, you know, off you go. On without the paper. So you see, you still get that kind of fun, wispy, but I want it just to have some background elements, because this is a really great way to do quick and easy cards. Like literally you just make a few of these, we can stick this on, put a little element on it, and it looks like a really cool thing. So you can die cut fairy floss paper. So you can put this through with your dies. I would definitely do the thinner pieces as opposed to like this thick one that we made. You can sew it. You can, you know, fussy cut it. You can stamp on it with archival. You can alcohol ink on it because it is polyester. It's non-porous. So if you want to throw some alcohol ink on here, you absolutely can. If you do like the mint chip and throw that on. I'm trying to think what else. Alcohol ink, so cut, and then just we're going to use it for some fun bases and stuff too. So I keep knocking this card. It's okay. So that is that. All right, so let's dive in to some crafting. I did grab that old denim paper too. The blue one was called Lisa, I need help. Pluto? Is that what it's called?
Fairy floss Pluto, yes.
Yeah, Pluto. So this is that old denim paper, the one that I wanted to use on here. You could even do like an extra little offset on there, or use this as your card base. So that's why I was thinking it's like the perfect color, but just to give you a comparison between the two blues as well, you can see it on there. So this is that new old denim. Okay, I grabbed it out. Yes, you can use it with an embossing folder. I was going to do one later. I was going to put one to the side, and when we get the die cutting machine out, I was going to show you how cool it is because you can use it with the embossing folder. So I'm going to put it up there to remind me. But let's grab some stamps. I was thinking, where's it gone? That's where I picked it up. Did I put it? Oh. I have a bucket next to me full of all the like Christmas stamps. Okay. We need, so the fun thing with kaleidoscope powder is we always think of doing it with like really dark with black cardstock, but it could be a bright cardstock and it can be a really dark cardstock. So I want to show you this stamp set. It's called Believe in the Reason. I started off with such a clear desk today. I don't know what happened. So I'm going to take the large stamp that's in it. I'm inking it up with clear. I'm going to do it a second time. And then I'm just going to choose, I don't even know what these colors are because a lot of them don't have stickers on the bottom. So I'm just going to choose some pretty kaleidoscope powder colors. Maybe something like that. So the one thing that we often forget with kaleidoscope powders, I guess that one's been tillied, is you can do them in an ombre. You do not have to just do one color. So I need a powder brush.
Here we go again.
So now usually when I do my ombres, I go this way. I'm going to go this way for a change. So we're going to start off with a nice streak going that way. And I like to do opposites and then meet in the middle. And so I'm swirling just to make sure I get lots of powder stuck down. And as you start to lay the colors down, you kind of start to see where you want stuff to be as well. So like I was going to have the yellow up here. I've decided I'm now going to do the yellow down here. And then we're going to go in with one of the whites. Okay, and then before you brush off, you're going to go over each join and swirl. And then I just either take a piece of kitchen towel that's dry to the side or one of my microfiber cloths, and I just lightly clean off in between, slightly. Okay. And I'm going to take this and I'm literally just going to do a clean off, but I'm not doing it right here because otherwise we'll never get rid of it. If you do get it somewhere, like, you know, if you get kaleidoscope on your thing, don't pick it up with water. It's water soluble. It will make such a mess. Pick it up with some isopropyl alcohol or hand sanitizer, and it won't spread it. It will just pick it up for you. And then we're going to take some hairspray. I get these minis from the Dollar Tree. And that's what sets it. So that's our little panel. Then we're going to take our trimmer. Now this would also make a gorgeous tag but we're going to turn it into a focal point of a card. These are kind of more of the like the quick and the easies. So I'm going to take some red. And this is how I do my matting layers. If you haven't seen them before, I take my pieces. I don't measure. So just hairspray malleable. So all three sides here are even, and then I just trim off to the third. So there's my panel. So now we just want to make our background. And I think for my background, we will do just looking through our backgrounds here. Can't find what I was looking for. I think I'm just going to use the music. I'm going to take a piece of white. This is the music background stamp. Yes, I just used Squid Buster. I'm going to try and position this over here. And just looking at the colors we've got. Might actually. This wasn't what I was planning to do as the background, but I think it'll look the best. Is clean this off a little bit. We'll grab some clear. Smush. I think I got most of it, but you know me. I'm going to use that light one. I think this is Alien or Saturn. I'm not entirely sure which. And so I'm just going to dab on. And there's a little bit of green left on the stamp, which is going to work for me. All right, this is going to be perfect. Look at that background. So it's like green, but it's got like this iridescence to it. I'm gonna give it a quick spritz with hairspray to set it. Like so. And we'll do the same little red accent. So this is 4 by 5 1/4. This. This is the phone. These little squares here. So, and you could do it straight, but I kind of like the on point. What do you think? You get to see a little bit more of the music that way as well. So, and it kind of then takes your eye to the stripe as well, because that's the way the stripe goes. So it's like, oh, it all kind of goes on that on point there as well. So what's that? So there is another card done. We're doing well with our Christmas cards or our holiday cards, depending on what you're making with me. As I say, you can use any stamps for this as well. I want to show you a way you could use this too. So as I say, we're gonna go through and like make, I say volume, but you know, we're gonna go till about 2:30. And then we'll take a quick break while I reset, because I want to get the die cutting machine out. I want to do something with the seals. With this, I want to show you the embossing folder. And I also have a fun fold idea that I really want us to try. And I think it's going to work. I was doing some maths last night and I think it works. So we'll find out. So I'm going to put this down. And my sticky grids are. And then it's gonna something like that. And we need to pick a color. I'm going to stamp black on top of it. So I'm thinking maybe fog. But at the same time, I kind of want independence. So I think we'll try that first. And if not, we'll go back to the fog. And I'm going to try to get 2 cards out of this, but we'll see. I was going to see if I can get a 2nd generation print or not. I don't know. I can. So I actually got 2 out of that one print. So I got one It's a little bit stronger than the other, which is perfect for what we're going to do with it. So, let's see if Maddie can help. So I always like getting like, you know, two from one. And then we're going to add some sentiments onto these. So this one I think is really nice because you've got, so a lot of people have asked me how this works. Okay, so I want to show you. And so the idea is you stamp one and then the other. So then it says, a child has been born for us, a son given to us. Authority rests upon him and he is named Jesus. So you add the Christmas in that way. So everyone who can't read, that's how that one works on there. But why did I just put that believe in the reason set? I'd like to use it. I need to use it. I'd like to use it. Use something else. I don't know about you when you're crafting, but I put things down and then I can never find it again. So we're then going to stamp over the top of each of these. So with the lightest one, so on this one, I'm going to do the Merry Christmas. We need our little mat. I can't pick anything up. So this would be a nice, quick and easy one because you could stamp lots of these in the same color and get 2 generations out of them. And you can even do different colors. You know, it doesn't have to be. You could also do it with kaleidoscope powder. You could do it with embossing powder. The only thing is if you do it with embossing powder, just know stamping over the top like this, you'd have to use archival and it's going to be a little bit harder as well. Do that a second time. So you can see, and then what we'll do, let's grab a little red cardstock, mount that up, and there's a quick and easy card again. So we'll do that in a second. And then I'm just going to do the big believe across the center. Have it like a little bit lower down. So you could use really any bold word. So then you can just have something very strong and striking at the bottom too. And that just kind of becomes your background. Okay, we'll mount those up. And we'll use a little bit of green as well. So I'm going to cut, so these white pieces are already cut down. They're cut to 3 3/4 by 5 inches. And then this is now getting cut to 4 by 5 1/4. And we're going to put up. You'd also notice how using the red or the green is really going to kind of give it the difference. Same. I'm going to have to just run to the vulcanizer real quick. Daniel said he's got an issue with it out there. So I just need to go and check on that. He's making the stamps for the advent calendars that are going out next week. So they're the 2 cards. How cool are those? We'll be using the seals with the die cutting. So hang tight on that one. I do want to do one more like quick and easy card using this one. It's called Snow Body Like You. I'll show it to you in a second. And we're going to use like one of these little pieces we made like this with that as well. But I did see some of you asking when the next party is going to be. So there are 2 parties coming up. We have the big one in February, which is the weekend retreat, which Lisa put the link in for, which is jointhecrafterparty.com. Also, we are going to have our traditional January 1st party, which will be our 3rd one. I can't believe that'll be the 3rd time we've done it for January 1st. It's always a lot of fun, like start the new year crafty. So that party is coming up now. I think I've done the page right. Amanda normally does these pages for us, so I did my best. The downloads will not be instant. So I know when you sign up, you're used to getting your instant downloads. We're actually going to have to email them to you next week because I didn't know how to upload the download. So that's the only thing that will be different, but it is in there and you can get the VIP access and everything. So it'll be January 1st. It's going to run from 12 noon Eastern through till 5 o'clock. So a little bit different because we give everyone time to recover from their New Year's parties, but still come and have time for their crafting and stuff like that. So totally free one coming up as well. So you can go sign up to this. Now, I hope it works. I tested it yesterday, it worked. So hopefully I got this right. So I'm going to put the link in there. If you guys want to go and check it on there as well, you can do the VIP too. Hopefully I did it right. I've never done one myself. So start 2023 crafty. I'm just going to check on January super fast. I'll leave it down here like this so you can see. And this is what we're going to work on. And I'll leave our 2 cards as well. So if you have a little snowman downstairs and you have a little bit of fairy floss, quick, go put it through. I'm just going to check on what's happening with the white rubber. Okay, sorry about that. We fixed the problem. We are good to go. All right, so I'm going to move these out of the way. Something else that's there. If we don't do VIP now. It's weird. I just looked at it. Going through all my tabs. It's here somewhere. Yeah, I might have done something wrong in pictures. January 1st, January 1st. So it should be right. But yes, we will send out the VIP stuff as well. As I say, I tested it yesterday, it worked for me, but this is the first time I've ever done it. So I'm sure there's some bugs in there and, you know, I'm definitely not the expert in this, but we are getting through it so Amanda can focus on everything she needs to do. All right, so we will get the VIP stuff sorted for you. And I will get that done tomorrow. So keep an eye out on your emails because we will give you all the bonuses, the early birds, all that kind of stuff. And you guys will get it first. So make sure you sign up because anyone who enters their email address today, that's who we're going to email and let you guys know that you can do this. So I'm going to pick out these cute little snowmen. This is Snowbody Like You. It came out last year. It's a little white rubber stamp. And they're all little snowmen families. There's 3s and 2s and mums and dads and babies and brothers and sisters. And then it says snowflakes, friendships, and winter cheer. There's Snowbody Like You, just chill. It's no joke how amazing you are. We will get the VIP stuff figured out for you. But yes, there is a party coming for for January 1st. And we might even throw in a bonus one for December, like a last minute Christmas one, because Would anyone else like to do one more Christmas one? Maybe do a few more techniques, some last minute stuff. Maybe like some gift wraps, some stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So we'll see if we can find a date that we can do one in December too. Okay. So here are my cute little snowmen. They are adorable. What's holiday spotlights, Lisa? Send me a message. So there's some neutrals, some blues, there's some other reds we had out here already. We could really do with some cools. Okay, not on a Sunday, Penny. Got it. This one was only because Brandy had hers yesterday, so I didn't want people to have to decide, and I know a lot of you do those too, so that's the only reason this one became a Sunday. So I'm going in with my C00. C0 would work fine too, or any cool gray you've got. You want something that's got a little bit of blue in it. The reason I like the 00 is because you can barely see it, but even though snowmen are white-ish, you still have to have some shading for them. So that's where that comes from. So now I'm going to go in my C1. And so rather than going into darker shades, I'm just going to add extra layers. Because I don't know, maybe it's me, but I feel like this is one of those times where going too dark just kind of ruins the illusion. I prefer doing the same color multiple times and getting my shading that way. So it's that simple, like really basic coloring, but at the same time, you can see they definitely look rounded and they still look cool and icy and all those kinds of things as well. And I'm gonna go. Do a couple of pink scarves. And we'll do one blue one in the middle here. Mm. And I was a little bit. I haven't got one. We'll still put my craft room back together, but I was a little bit heavy-handed. I got some blue down here. That's where you would want to use your blender pen, but you also can take your lightest gray and pull that color out and push it back up. And you see now my boo-boo is gone. You wouldn't even be able to see that I smudged underneath then. Okay. And then needs to go darker. I'm going to use neutrals because I want his top hat to look warmer than the rest of him. Like that warmer, cozier look. So rather than using those cool grays again, I'm going in with the neutrals. And so really all I did was the stamp shading is quite harsh how it stops. So really all I did was take that and just feathered it out. So I didn't add anything extra, but like the shading there is really harsh. So I just used my colors to push it in like that. Okay. I'm gonna do a little bit on the hat. We might marshmallow paste it. I haven't decided, so I'm making sure that I've done whatever I want to do at this point. And then we need to color the hat. So I think this one could have a blue hat. So what I do is every other one I did with the mid blue. And if I do the mid, then it gets a smidge of dark around the brim. And I'm really doing dots here. And if it's the lightest blue, then it gets a smidge of the mid blue. And that's how you add that shading in and make it again easy. And then she needs a little hat color. Green here. So we'll do her little green. So same deal. So all the light. And then we take the mid and we do every other stripe. That. Then anywhere I just did that darker color, just at the base, I'm adding that dark green. And then anywhere that's just got the light, just gets the mid at the base, like that. Okay. And we'll do a little bit of orange for their noses. It's so cute. Look at this little family. Look how cute they look. All right, one more thing I want to talk about just before my lightest is. Before we go and finish up is I need to do their cheeks. Now I have a thing about cheeks. Some people do cheeks and they do them round, and there is a time and a place for a round cheek. Okay. But if you just go from the edge, imagine that's the edge of the face. If you do the little, you know I can't draw, right? If I do the little round dot, or if I do some flicks from the edge, this gives you a more natural blush, even though it looks like a little round piece. So if I just take this guy, all I did was just take a little bit of the pink and flush in from the edges, and it makes them look like they have natural blush as opposed to those little round dimples. And I mean, yes, there is a time and a place for those dimples, but like when you're doing like this, I prefer this little kind of like blush look. And then I go back with my lightest. So for this, it's a C00. Let the bleed there. And I just blend it in. There's a couple little bleeds that I'm fixing at the same time too. Just going in a little bit more. And blend. The key to all of this is keeping your paper saturated and blending, blending, blending. Flicks, practice your flicks. Let's do some blue buttons here. And then now we're going to use some of our paper that we created. I'm going to cut this one down. And I think, actually, let's use some of that new blue that I went and got and put down somewhere really safe. Never will use it. How do you lose a whole pack of paper that you bring in? What else do that? There we go. So first of all, we're going to cut this out. We got one more tip to give you in a minute too. piece. I don't want another piece. I want to move this. Ooh, that blue one. Oops. Then I like to take my matting piece. Trim down. I'm really just doing this with like a little edge to offset it. Then we're going to use, so this is my white pre-cut down. We'll cut down a piece of the blue. So this will be 4, 5 1/4. Do a little bit of the background, even though I know I'm going to have the fairy floss on top. Maybe this and this. Actually, I kind of like that. It's a nice, clean and simple. So you got two options. You could do something like that, and then we just add a sentiment. Okay. I'm going to create a separate background just so you can see the difference of what I was thinking. Okay. I'm going to take another stamp from the stamp set. And some need a piece of scrap. Put some value. Oops, that's coming up. What you could also do is just make something that coordinates, and you can have that in the background. But I really like the clean and simple, which normally I'm not big on, like the really clean plain cards, but I really like that. And then just a little basic sentiment like that on it as well. So let's get that mounted up and finished. But just remember, you can always take the stamps in the set and make your own coordinating background paper. It's a really fun way to stretch your stamps and make everything coordinate perfectly. So let's get this put together. A little bit of makeup magic. Okay. I used fog when I was making that background for the stamp off, if that was the question. Sorry, I missed it. And I stamped out the snowman with Remarkable. So this is just plain white on the old denim. We're going to take some of the fairy floss we made. I'm just going to do it to the side slightly because I don't want it all over my surface. But I'll show you, like, I'm not putting that much on. And it doesn't have to be all over either. Where did I have it? So you can just stick that down. You don't even need to wait for it to dry either. We can go straight in with our foam squares. Oh, yes, you can stamp on fairy floss. You just need to use archival ink. And just one thing I forgot to do is I'm going to take a little bit of neutral and ground them. Otherwise they float in midair. And last time I checked, our snowman needed somewhere to stand. And there you go. There's your next card done. Just that little bit of fairy floss just kind of gives it that little bit kind of fun in the background. So we're trying, Bo, we're trying. So there we go. So there is another one done. Another one done. Another one. Sorry. I wanted to make one more card before we got on to the die cutting. Is everyone all right with that? I promise I'll try to make it a quick and easy one. I just really wanted to show this stamp set and show like a quick little ombre technique. Super quick. We won't finish up the whole card. Maybe we'll just do a portion of it or something like that. I'm going to take a piece of white. And we're going to use this stamp set. I flipping love this stamp set. It's called All I Want for Christmas. It did come out last year, but look at it. It's got all I want for Christmas is you, jingle all the way, sleigh all day. I love you, love, peace, joy, dashing through the snow. And this like old fashioned sleigh rides at the bottom too. These two pieces, I'm like so passionate about. I love these pieces. They're lovely, big, strong pieces you can use to cover up a whole card. Look, literally this almost covers my whole panel. So that's what I want to do. And I'm going to need some independence and I need some telephone box. Kind of want to put some green in, but I'm really worried about getting mud. How brave we're feeling today. Are we feeling brave, ladies and gents? Oh, we could do purples. Not decide if this is going to work. So, purple into blue. Or cotton teal into green. What do we think? Teal into green. I kind of feel the teal into green too, you know. All right. Teal to green. This is going to be great. If this comes out how I see it in my head, we're going to have one of the best Christmas cards ever. So I'm going to use tartan teal. You can also use Welsh Dragon. It would definitely be a comparable you could throw in there. I'm going to then use British Racing Green, Cotswold Green, Hyde Park. Okay. And you need a cloth or you make a forte apron. Okay. Mentally, you're going to divide this into 4. Okay, so you're starting off with your tartan teal or your Welsh Dragon. And we're going to take our cloth and you're really going at the end and you're taking a lot of that ink off. Okay. Now you can clean it if you want, but you don't need to. This is also a great technique if you want to just fade something out as you're going. That's, look how gorgeous that fade is. So if you're ever wondering how you fade out, that's how you do it. Okay. Then you ink out your next section. Sorry, the cats and the dogs are killing each other. We're doing the same thing, but this time you're doing it top and bottom, okay? Look how perfectly this is blending together, by the way. Same deal, top and bottom. And then we're going to finish up with some Hyde Park. And this time you're only going to do the join to the Cotswold Green because you want the bottom to be strong, okay? Look at that. Look at that as a panel. And then we can just take a little bit of dark green cardstock. Oh no, I smudged it. Lucky I was going to add another color of cardstock. Okay, so I'm going to trim this down creatively to get rid of my smudge. Yeah, and the sleigh ride one is gorgeous too. I've done with in the stripes with the kaleidoscope, the way I did the reason for the season. So pretty. So what I'm going to do The piece we're going to cut to 4 inches by 5 1/4. I'm also going to do the same with this, but I'm going to cut it to, yeah, ooh. 4 1/4. We're going to need to stick this on here first. So what I'm thinking, that's not straight. It's tapered, so it's, all right, we're going to make it straight with our trimmer. Stick this on. So we do have some inside sentiments as well. Let's see, I think I picked them up. Move that one, so we'll grab that. So you can use lots of these on the inside. We have, there is one called Inside Sentiments. There's Modern Christmas Sentiments. There is Verses for a Holy Night. There's one called Wrapped Christmas Sentiments, Wrapped Holiday Sentiments, something like that. That's all inside sentiments too. And there is one more, I just can't think of what it's called. But yeah, we do have a couple that are just like that. Yeah, this is Elizabeth craft tape. I love that else. And I have tons of it she sent me at some point. So I'm just using it up because it happened to be right here. And I know it's good. So I'm going to do this. Stick this on here. And then there we go. So that's that last one. So what we have made on here. So we have this one that we just made. We just did our snowman. We did the 2 leaves and we did the savior. And we've done that in what, like an hour and a half? And I mean, I've done them start to finish. I didn't have anything prepped or ready to go. You know me. So we've done 2, 4, 5. Then we did our, woo, I'm gonna have to grab a little bit of actual glue on this one. We have our one this morning, and then I dropped the little mug on the floor, but we made that one too. So we're doing good, I think. We've got some really cute cards on here. Okay, so we need to do some winners, and then I want to do some die cutting with you. I want to show you this with an embossing folder. I want to show you, we haven't done To the Poinsettia yet. And I want to see if we can do a fun fold card as well that I have in mind. So that being said, we need to get a little bit of a wiggle on, but I do need to clear down because I literally could not fit the switch on my table right now. It's just not going to happen. Like, not going to happen. So Lisa, do you want to pick out the winners while trying to clear up? We'll divide and conquer a little bit just because we have like an hour and 20 minutes left. Still have to do the brown VIP winners if you do the Zoom winners. So our VIP winner from our list for this hour is Kim Asamoto. So congratulations, Kim. And we'll do one for the last hour as well. And that would be Irene Hall. So congratulations, ladies. And Lisa's going to put 2 Zoom winners in the chat for you as well. As soon as I see them come up, I'll let you know. We're dividing and conquering because I want to make sure we get as much packed into today as I possibly can. But I can definitely see us coming back and doing another.
Angelisa.
Congratulations, Angelisa.
And Brian Davidson.
Congratulations. Switch over. Now is where we hope that it has outlet.
Alex, a quick question from earlier. You used a red cardstock.
Yes.
Do you know which one that was offhand?
I think at one point I used Mercury, and at the other point is what's it called? Is it Independence Red? I think. And right, I'm just going to grab the bits we need and we're going to jump into this one.
You don't have to do a thing to claim your prize. I have them written down and we'll take care of them at some point this week. So you'll get them in an email.
Hopefully we have everything we need. All right. How's everyone doing? Everyone holding it?
It was asked if we can restock holiday spotlights.
Which one's that?
The ones with all the circles and the deer. I
Is
think
it
you
a
have one.
stencil?
No, it's a stamp, clear stamp.
I thought we had those.
They are showing out of stock.
Yeah, you could mark it as a pre-order. I'm pretty sure there's some out there though.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Right. So we're going to jump into doing some die cutting. I'm going to start off with the To the Poinsettia stamp set, and then I'm going to jump into Muzzle Tub and the Slimline Layered Menorah. I'm probably going to try and do those as my fancy fold cards. What did I just think I needed from behind me? I was just doing that and I thought we don't have, impossible. You just grab on eyelines, so I can do that too. Okay, so I'm going to use the crocheted mandala, which now somehow I'm stuck wherever I am. There we go. The cat just knocked something over, I think, while it wasn't here, because I can't move now. There we go. I'm in. All right. The cat, yes. I came in, I'm like, I'm sure that box wasn't there when I left, but anyway, I moved everything around. So let's go to this camera. Okay. Oh, you can't pick this cat up, unfortunately. This is Gray. He decides what he wants to do and when he wants to do it. So I unfortunately cannot touch him, but we're going to use this. We're going to use this one on here. And then I'm going to show you how cool this is. So we're going to take a piece of our fairy floss. And this is cool because you can just put these in a, in a container or something and then just leave them. So literally just take it like a piece of paper. And we just double check the sandwich for a 3D. I think it's this and just the top plate, I think. I'm gonna just, yes. Okay, who's ready for this? This is like so cool. Look at this piece. So it takes all of that texture and everything, like the cable knit sweater you could do, the crocheted mandala you can do. I mean, it's just like stunning, beyond stunning. I know everyone's like, this is so cool. I know. I can't remember how we discovered it. I think it was at Creativation. I said to Eileen, I'm like, what happens if you take your embossing folder and my fairy floss, we put them together? And she's like, well, I don't know. So we did it, and we did that. This is the crochet mandala. We have these in the store, and it's a 3D one. So if you put paper in here, I'm going to show you a hack. So if you tend to put paper in these 3D embossing things, they warp. And if you do water for some reason, it doesn't work. But I don't even know how I discovered this. I think it was like picking up the wrong thing. If you take prime time and you literally, I'm going to do it so you can see me do it, because this is like, it's kind of key how you do it. You have to hold it up like this and do a mist, and then hold it up and do a mist. That's all you need. I think it's one of the, I think I know what additive it is in here. But you don't want to like spritz it down because all that stuff is too much. Yeah, that's true, Sharon. We're living in the wild. And so because my bed, I don't know if I told everyone, but we had a flood the day after my surgery. The house flooded, and it's still not all back together again. But now my bed is in the living room. He sleeps with me every night, but he hates me the rest of the day. But look how that comes out, like how crisp that is, and how you don't get any like warps or anything like that. Literally, it's a spritz of prime time. Squid Buster doesn't work. I don't find water works as well. Literally just hold it up, spritz, turn it around, spritz. And whatever it does is that conditioner that's in the prime time that conditions your stamps, conditions the paper to just be enough, like that, like, and you get this perfect result. So I don't know, it just works somehow. It just works. And then you have cool scented paper if you have the scented one, so you know. So that's that. All right, let's do something quick with To The Point set here. This was our Lift Your Spirits stamp set for last month. I apologize profusely that we didn't get a Lift Your Spirits in, but it is a gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous stamp set. And I wanted to just kind of show you a few things you can do with it. Misty is buried, not dead, but buried. And my phone pieces here. Okay. So this is a gorgeous stamp set. Okay, so the idea is, I have so much stuff on my desk at this point. I want to do this twice. Once on for the first time, because I am a little bit of a lazy crafter, well, very much a lazy crafter, as you know. The first time we're going to stamp this with clear on the, I think this is Dr. Blue cardstock. Now, even if you just left that as is, and did it as watermark stamping, isn't that gorgeous? Just even just as is, like that. Alicia, I saw the comment, go team blue, and I was like, I bet that's Alicia. And then this one I'm going to stamp with black. Again, like how pretty that is. I'm going to do one more. I mean, it's in there in the right place, so we might as well stamp them all out. Get all of our ideas out, or at least some of them. We're going to try that brave combo. We're going to try Independence. And if I can find either Cotswold or British Racing Green, whatever comes first. Maybe we can do it. Okay. Woo! Let's want my finger. Okay, so I'm doing half of it in red. And again, I'm doing that fade out thing. Okay. And then I'm going to leave the red there because I'm using the red as a guide. And what I'm going to do, crazy, is do 2 shades of green. So I put British Racing Green in the middle there. Like that. Then I'm going to add some Cotswold Green. Like that. And again, we're going to do the same deal. Actually, that looks really pretty. I was worried about getting mud, but I love how this came out. And the great thing is you can do this either way up. Okay. So there's 3 that we just made. So Carmen, your sneaky peeks for today are, you can order the rest of the full release that was available at the main crafter party. Anything that's left has been listed in the store, so anyone can go and grab it. There's like Foxy Loxley and all that kind of cute stuff is in there. We also have next month's stamp set for you, which I'm going to show you in a minute, but I'm going to just take some Yellowstone. And you see, like, I stamped all of those and now I'm coming back to this and it's still going to stick. And all I really want is the hint. So I'm not adding, like I just did 1 dip. And I'm not adding tons, I'm just using whatever I've got. Because really, I just want that hint of gold in here. But I want to show you how, if you want to layer kaleidoscope colors, you can do that. Okay. So again, brush clean. Look at that. It kind of looks gilded. Hard to pick up, but it looks gilded in the flesh. Okay. So let that dry for a minute. while we're doing this one, we're going to grab this. We're going to grab the stamp set. Now, all of these sentiments, merry and bright, we wish you a Merry Christmas, season's greetings, Merry Christmas, anyone wishes, it's the most wonderful time of the year. Thank you, happy holidays, wishing you cheer, a gift of love, peace, and joy. These all fit in the wreath and also in here too. Okay, so they all fit in here. So I think I'm going to do, we wish you a Merry Christmas. And this is supposed to be one of those like quick, easy, gorgeous cards. If you wanted to, you could heat emboss this, you could kaleidoscope it, you know, whatever you want to do. But like that is literally a card done. Mount that up, add some rose gold ripple maybe or something just to add a little bit of shimmer to it, or some chameleon sparkle. And there is there's one card done. Like I would call that a done Christmas card. Okay. Now this one, the other thing you can do, and I'm going to just skip over it a little bit because I really want to show you this fold card and I want to use the Hanukkah stamps for it. So bear with me. I'm like trying to get through all of them, but I think we'll be doing another Christmas thing. This piece here, I have to remember which way up it goes, but it coordinates on here. So the idea is you can stamp this out and layer it up. Where did I get the circular? I don't know. It's one I've had in my stash forever, Bethany. Like literally, like I honestly couldn't tell you. It doesn't say anything on it, so I don't know. But it's one I just keep because it's a nice size. So, yeah. So the idea is that you do that. You can layer it up, and you could color, like really basic color, or one of my favorite things to do. I'm going to show you a really quick version of it. Is monochrome coloring. So I'm going to use my neutrals. And don't know, Lisa. Aurora, I know is a no. So I'm going to start with the flowers. Okay. Not the leaves. Okay, so we're just going to work on the flowers first. But the great thing about doing it in one color is it's so fast, but it looks spectacular. You can do the same, stamp it out with flat white, and then do it in the sepia tones. Or you could do fog. I just like how the black looks, but it's all personal preference. Sorry, Maddie's kind of sick, so she just needed a little bit of mummy. But I was still coloring. Okay, so there's our base. And then I'm literally going from the center of the flower out. Now I've shown ways where you can do this and do tons of detail in the monochrome. This is my monochrome hack for doing something and doing it. Like if you want to do quick, easy cards, but like make them kind of look spectacular. So you start from the center of the flower, work your way out. You might even want to do all of this monochrome and pick out one to do in red. That also would look stunning. The only way this technique works though is if you practice your flicks, because you need it to look soft. So you see how mine fade out nicely, because you need to do your flick homework. We actually did an alcohol marker coloring challenge way back in the day. We have thought about bringing that back. And so I'm not picking every anything. This one's kind of dark. I wish I'd gone a little bit lighter, but it's okay. Because sometimes you don't have the right shade, so you kind of have to make it work. Then I'm just going in with my light. And you see now, as soon as I go over it with that light, I think it was Jen earlier said, oh my God, I see people do it and it looks so dark. But now I do it and you see how much it's softened out all of a sudden, okay? Also keep an eye on the time because this fun fold's gonna take me a little bit of time to do. Too much, but you know, a little bit of maths involved. And I didn't write my measurements down. I just kind of like roughly calculated them. Sitting in a restaurant last night with a friend. They were like, what are you doing? I was like, well, I'm just planning out if this card's going to work out tomorrow or not. I think that was great. Then we're going to go, I really would like, so I'm going with some warms because I want it to just look different. So this is warm 0. I'm going in with a warm 3. Again, so what I'm doing is I'm doing the vein and then I'm basically doing some scribbles. So if you can scribble, which I know you all can, because we all can. So you go down the vein and just scribble. I mean, you can even like just scribble down the vein and add a little bit of angle to it. Then I'm going in with some of that 5. And I'm really just doing the veins. There's a couple of places I'm like, it's probably going to be darker, just like around the, you know, edges of flowers and leaves and whatever. But I love monochrome coloring. I could do like hours of lessons on it, different shades and stuff. Maybe we need an alcohol marker coloring crafter party day. And then again, I'm going back with my lightest. Soften. Again, I'm not adding detail. I'm not going in depth. I'm not doing any of those things. And then I got quite a lot of bleeding. So I'm making an executive decision to color in the center of my piece here. Because I can soften those bleeds with my lightest color. So you barely notice them. It's also going to give a little bit of depth and shading to the center here. So it's not just like stark white. See, like even that, I just like the effect of how that looks. Now, if you wanted to, you could add lots of shading to this and you could round it out and make it look, you know, whatever you want it to be. Yeah, I think you could do it with pit pens. I've never done it, but I'm sure you probably could. That is not my forte. I always make a mess. And then I'm going to go Merry and Bright. But this is where my color is going to come in with some Independence. And it just makes that pop. Look at that. Okay. So that's where you like introduce that little bit of color to it. Okay. So again, quick and easy one. I want to finish up with this, and then we're going to jump into this fancy fold. And the fancy fold, I'm going to use the Hanukkah stamps, but you can use any stamp set. You just need something that fits in a circle. That's literally the requirement you've got. But this I just want to show you. So I already put a little bit of Yellowstone down to make it look gilded. It looks really bright here. It's kind of hard to pick up on there. But then we can take our sentiment. We'll do love, peace, and joy on this one. It is. Clear. And then I'm going to take, so this is a different color of kaleidoscope powder. So I wanted to show you, you can put one color down, spray it, stamp again, add another color, and layer them that way. But you have to stamp, put your pigment down, seal, let it dry. I mean, like really let it dry. Because if any of that hairspray is still wet, here, it will not work. Okay. So that's that one as well. So you can see you can do extra colors. So you could now do the extra poinsettia on top. You would just have to wait for this to dry, stamp on top with clear again, and go and go and go and go and go. This is not foiling. This is what I did here is what I would call kaleidoscope gilding. So rather than it being the really bright kaleidoscope you're used to, you stamp, you let it dry for a few minutes because we've stamped out the other ones at the same time. And then what you do is you go in afterwards and you add just a small amount of kaleidoscope powder. And what it does is it almost gives it a gilded, like foiled, gold leaf kind of effect. It's more vintagey. It looked really great, I think, on that musical background. If you did this technique, I think that would look really cool, stuff like that. Yeah. So there is that one. Okay, right. Let's make a little bit of room because we're going to need it. I don't know where any of this stuff's going to go, but it's not on my desk. Oh, I did want to show you these though. So these are the new stencils for today. They were supposed to come out Lift Your Spirit, but look at this. This is a snowflake corner that goes on the edge of your card. So all you do is you put this on the edge of your card like this, fill this in. So you've got the snowflake and you get both pieces. You get the mask if you want it, and you get the stencil. And you just do that. You could maybe add a little bit of that fairy floss we made, like one of these little pieces like this, and then a sentiment, and your card would pretty much be done. So there is that. There is also a gate, which you can also fit this, if you fussy cut this out, this fits perfectly on top of. So that's the garden gate. Also fits on like Home for the Holidays and all those as well. We have the wall that you can put behind the gate too. So there is your wall. And also 2 banners. So these are really cool because you can do like some really cool ombres down the page and then stamp sentiments in here, or you can use them as templates. You can use them for positioning to see where you want to put a sentiment. Same with this one here. Like you can be like, oh, I want that size of sentiment or that size or whatever. You can also use it to line up your stamps. I was using it the other day, my test one. I used it to line up my stamps. So I put this down and then I lined up like the bottom of it. And then you can stencil if you want to, or cut, or, you know, do any of that kind of stuff like that as well. Yes, Lisa just dropped a link for these for you. And finally, in the Midnight Clear, super cool. This is what we are going to be using next month for Lift Your Spirits. And we'll be using it with Mountain Builder because it coordinates perfectly. So we'll be using In the Midnight Clear and Mountain Builder together to create some really cool cards as well. So that's what we'll be using on that. So this is next month's Lift Your Spirit stamp set. So I'm just trying to jump on. I've got 40 minutes and I'm really hoping I can do this in 40 minutes because it's going to be super cool if we can. So I'm using our circle dies. I'm just trying to figure out what one I want to use. I don't think the menorah is going to fit. You want an A2 top fold card base, which is what I got right here. Will we send an email? We can purchase it safely. I don't know what you mean safely, Bo. That's our biggest, that's our smallest. I don't think we're gonna get to holiday seals today. This is available in the store. I was gonna do some cool stuff with the circles and that, but I think we'll have to do that in a little bonus December session. But if you want to get this, there's no more Christmas stamp sets coming. This is it. So if you want any, grab them because that's what we're going to be using in the next sessions. And the card I'm making now, you could also use the holiday spotlights for. It's going to work perfectly because of the sizes. So you want something that fits in this size really nicely. Okay, so that's what I'm going to be using. So that was my plan B. And if we get time, we'll make a second one. If not, then we won't be able to. Just figuring out. I can make that work. I'm going to try. What I can do is try. I'm going to take some Dr. Blue. And I'm going to take some of our new old denim. I'm checking every piece of it. Want some Pluto. And I have Yellowstone. So we'll just use those same colors. They're perfect for this too. First of all, we want to make our panel. And I'm going to use this one. Now you don't have to do it this one circular. You could do the square, you could do a rectangle. You'll see as I go along kind of how there's other variations you can make of this. But first of all, we need to make our piece. I'm going to stamp this again with clear ink. You can also use embossing powder. You don't have to do that. I just love using kaleidoscopes because I don't have to heat anything, and it's just, I don't know, it feels like less resistance to me. And I love the effect still. So there's my panel. And you know why I picked up Pluto, because it's blue cardstock. But anyway, somewhere that makes sense in my head. I'm gonna do this like this. This like this. Which I think I'm bright and glittery for this one. And then we got hairspray. We were doing so well. We were tidying the craft room, and then Alex, I have a girl who works for me called Alex too. She got sick this week, and so we didn't get to finish it. And now it's just, you know, when you get like halfway clean and it's a hot mess. So I'm going to just seal that and let it dry for a second. So now we're going to take our small die and we're going to cut this out. I'm going to try to kind of go like that. I mean, I can do this big. But I think the rest of the card is going to be just proportionate. So let's do it that way. Maybe this will work. I don't know. So I'm going to cut this one out. And we're going to cut the next size circle up. from the old denim. You like it accented like that, Carmen? I think that's better. Okay. You're the expert. All right, so we're going to cut both of those out. Just through my switch. I'm making a commitment. By the next party we have, we're going to have this room tidy because it's so hard to do in here in its current state. So we have a big circle and we have a little circle. And I don't know what these little white bits are. Stuck to it, something. Okay, so this is going to fit on here like that. We need some paper packs, and I grabbed the Hanukkah paper pack. Now, I've only ever made this card in my head. So gonna be great. All right, so the first thing we're gonna do is stick these two together. I sketched it out. I literally asked the barman last night for a piece of his paper that he was taking orders with to see if this would work. And so I sketched it out kind of to scale. And the friend I was with happened to be an architect. And he's looking at me with my numbers and he's like, what are you doing? And I said, oh, I'm just planning out a card for our party tomorrow. I had a really cool idea. I just want to see if it's going to work or not. So I guess we're going to find out and we'll send him a picture if it works. So there is a code, Kate. If you are a VIP, it'll be in your email. If you're not a VIP, it is just free shipping today. Oh, hey, we all have free shipping. And then we also email out the details of all the parties. So make sure you stay tuned to your emails for those as well. Oh, I did not go I did see my 8-year-old friend last night, Dennis. And I did play pool with him. They all laugh because I'm a little bit of a pool shark. So, but thanks. I'm so glad I look tired too. I actually got home at a perfectly reasonable hour, but Maddie's been sick. That's kind of taken up a lot of time. So I put it back in the package? Just set it down. So, yes, he does twerk it. I love Dennis. It's amazing. So 4 1/4 wide. And then you're going to cut off 1, 1 1/4 off the bottom. I didn't think that through. This is the engineer's way. So I'm cutting approximately 1 1/4 off the bottom. like so. And then just to make it even, because this is the way that us engineers do it, we're going to cut it so that there's 1 1/4 at the top too. So whatever you cut off the bottom, and we'll put full dimensions for you in the wrap up if you're getting the VIP wrap up. I just take the piece that I cut off. You see? And do the same thing, because then the 2 pieces are the same size. Okay. And so if that's 1 1/4, this piece is going to be 3/4. And then we'll take some of that blue. I think I might use the dark blue just to add that little offset in there. Okay. So I'll give you some dimensions in a second. I'm figuring them out as I go. So this is 3 7/8 wide. The piece of pattern paper that's down here, 3 7/8 wide. And then this way, you're at 7/8. So 3 7/8 by 7/8. Okay. She's quietly crafting and doing it, I know. And then, so this piece is 4 1/8. 4 1/8 by 1 1/8. Sorry, I do maths in my head as I go. I'm a maths girl. It's my thing. I flipping love it. And I could do it all day long. We're going to cut this piece down to 5 1/4 by 4 inches. And then you're going to grab I see some. You want a piece of perfect stamping paper. So I'm going to grab myself a piece because it's going to be the best. And if the room was tidy, I'm sure we'd know exactly what was in here. And then this piece. So of course we're going to do 3 1/2 wide. 5. So I'm going to do 4 1/2, 3 1/2 by 4 1/2. Okay. So I'm just firming that fold up so I know exactly where it is. I'm going to take these two pieces and layer them up on here, layer up on here, okay, with some tape. Whoa. I'm going to turn that over. That's why I like a tape runner, because as much as I love this tape, it's so sticky. There is a tip I can give you though. What you can do if you've got paper tape is take your release paper, fold it down so you've got a little tab like that, line it all up till you're happy, and then pull out the tab and it will be perfect. Okay. Same, so just start it off, create a little tab like that, put it down till you're happy, press, pull, stick, and then that way you have a little bit more flexibility. Okay, so now I'll put some tape on each of these. And this is the piece we cut off the bottom earlier, okay? Put my tab down. Pretty sure I had that right. So there's a little piece for the bottom. Do the same. Check the images the right way up because you'd be really mad if they're not. Okay, so we see where we're going with this. So you've got this piece and this piece. And then we're going to use this as our bridge to create basically a see-through card, and then we're going to embellish the inside. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to use some Maker's Magic clear, and I'm putting it on the very top up here. Whoop, whoop, no, don't do that. And some on the very bottom down here. Luckily it's no show, so as long as you're quick like that, you won't see it once it dries. Okay. And so first of all, what I like to do is I get this piece. I'm just going to take a little bit of pink masking tape. I'm going to hold that in place. So it's literally like, you know, if you folded the card over and that was the end of it, it's in exactly the right place. Okay. So it all lines up. And then we're going to put this on. Center. Like so. Open. And we want to just go, whoa, whoa, whoa. I want to open just in case I'll flip it like this. Like here, there's a little bit of adhesive that you don't want to stick. You see in here, I got a little bit of adhesive I don't want to stick. So I'm just gonna hold that for a second, just till it's dry. So what this does is it kind of creates, you know, like those see-through cards, you could put a piece of acetate, but you've got 2 layers of cardstock in here. And this makes it look like a little bit of a fun pop-up slash, just like an interesting card. I think it's an interesting card. Like that's why I really like it. I'm gonna just wipe this. And so my pieces that I cut, which dimensions will be in your VIP wrap-up. This is for the inside. So I'm going to put this on the inside. And then I'm going to put a little leaf in here, but first of all, I want to stamp this. So yeah, you can use circles, you could use a square in the middle, you could use a diamond, you could use an oval. You really could, you know, use anything in there. I think I'm going to use Love, Light, and I always say this wrong. Lutkis. Luck. Someone's going to have to correct me. And I'm going to use some, I wanted muscle card, I don't know quite where it is. You could do a circle sentiment, definitely. Like Vegas strip, I think would work well too. Really any blue would work in here. Or some gold embossing. I don't know what you'd call it, Amy. I kind of my own invention. It was a, I don't even know what I was looking at. There was something, this new place is open near us. It's called Post. If any of you live near like Sarasota and stuff, I'd really recommend it. It's lovely. And we were there last night and with a friend, and we were having dinner and drinks at the bar. And I was looking at something like they had this, like it's very architecturally done. And so I was looking at something that they had behind the bar, and I was like, I wonder if I could transpose that into a card. It was like a sculpture thing. And that's what made me come up with this, basically, was just looking at this thing. So we could call it the postcard. Oh no, we can't call it postcard. We could call it the, I don't know. Front cutouts. I don't know. Open front. I was going to say peephole, but that's no. I don't know. We'll come up with a name. But we'll do all the maths for you, so we'll make it easy. You might even do pre-done card bases and stuff for it if everyone likes them. We can, because we have the bulk cutter and everything, we could do all the sizes cut exactly. And you just get all the pieces you need. So that's it. And then it stands up like that. Like, how cool is that? Isn't that a fun idea? Like super fun. As I say, we can do it with diamonds, we can do it with squares, we can do it with ovals. Like I have all sorts of ideas of other ways to do this, and also ways to make it so that you can fold them and stuff too and make them pop up. But this was like number one, and so I wanted to share it with you. I came up with it last night. I'm like, okay, that's the final finale card. We're going to do it with the Hanukkah stamp set, and I was like, I had the whole thing planned out, and it really did come out exactly as I anticipated. So I'm really happy with that. So in the last hour and a quarter, we made this one. We talked about using prime time with 3D embossing folders. We did the fairy floss with the 3D embossing folder. We did 3 cards using the Lift Your Spirit stamp set. So I showed you how to do kaleidoscope gilding like this. I showed you how to do some really quick and easy monochrome. And then I showed you how to do the fade as well. So again, just all kinds of just different ways. And there's supplies that lots of us have, and, you know, whatever else. I have to send pictures. I'm sending my architect friend a picture of the card we designed. I'm so pleased with this card. Can I just tell you, like, I think we've developed something really fun and new here. Look at that. Isn't that cool? So that's that. What else do we have? Oh, we still have winners to do. We have the grand prize to do. We have all sorts of fun stuff to do. So much still to do. But I love it. And it's just so much fun and stuff you can do with this. As I say, you can die cut this stuff. You can use it in the background. You can do all this kind of thing as well. What about using the stuff we already have? Hubby cringes every time a new package arrives. Yeah, I don't have that problem anymore. Floating front. I love that, Francine. I think that might be sold. What does everyone think? Calling it the floating front card? Because like you can see, the front of the card floats. I like that. Great name. Okay, it's sold, Francine. It's now known as the Francine floating front card. Look at that alliteration in that too. Yes, Stacy, fairy floss goes through the laminator. Come on, switch. Thank you. I need some room for my elbow. All right, so I have 2 more $25 gift cards to give away. So the first one is going to Janie B. Congratulations, Janie. I still have the grand prize to do, so don't go anywhere once I've done these 2. And our gift card is going to Paula Vogelhut. Hopefully I said that right, Paula. I hope. Congratulations on that, ladies. Also, how many of you are coming to our weekend retreat in February? Because we're getting our boxes ready. So you're going to get, if you did the season pass, you're getting the apron I've been wearing all day. And can I just say how amazing this has been and how much it saved my new dress? And I've used the pockets constantly, so I didn't lose as much stuff. And then you're going to get an exclusive stamp set. I think there's a $25 gift card if you do it by tonight. And I think there's something else. To ask Lisa what it is, but I think it's something else. So you'll get that as well. If you are not signed up, you can still go and sign up at jointhecrafterparty.com. Keep an eye on your emails. We'll send out the link for the January 1st party, and we'll also send out the link for the bonus December one, which we decided we're doing today. So I'll figure out a date and I will get that out to you next week and get all of that stuff done as well. So there is that too. So who is ready? Any other, right, first of all, any other questions before we get to the grand prize? Any other questions that we need to answer? Don't forget you have free shipping until midnight tonight. You have your VIP code until midnight tonight, extra 15% off the store, excluding Misty products, bundles, gift cards, and classes / events. And you have the new release, the Lift Your Spirit stuff. Are you showing a new ink color? I'm not, Alicia. There's no new ink color right now. No subscriptions. Yes. Can I show the Hanukkah card again? Yes, I can. Here you go. Stands like that, opens like that. And then I just put my tape on the top. So it's like a little flap. So it kind of gives it that premium feel. And this is the perfect stamping paper. So it's not quite as heavy as cardstock, but it's still nice enough that you can stamp on it, write on it, all that kind of stuff. And it stands up perfectly. I'll lift up my mistake. Look at that. There you go. If you had to pick between Mountain Builder and the new one, which would you pick? I don't know. yes, the inside will work with vellum too, Annie. I was thinking vellum, but because I wanted to do the Love Light Latkes stamp, I knew I needed to use something porous, but yes, you could absolutely use vellum, and then you could heat emboss, or you could use archival ink that way too. So different parts of the scene, though, different parts of the scene. All right, we are going to do the grand prize. I gotta make sure I got the list of everyone. So we're going to do $150 Maker Forte gift card as the prize. Yes, Amy needs to be set with Hairspray. So yeah, our grand prize, we changed it this time to $150 Maker Forte gift card. So I'm just not even gonna look. Okay, and I landed on Judy Renee Roberts. So congratulations, Judy. You are our $150 gift card winner. Lisa will get prizes out to you next week. Just know we're Amanda down, so your wrap up PDF won't be as fast because she's not been on here. Normally she's on here all day, like taking screenshots of what I'm doing and all that kind of stuff. So that's not been on here. So it will take us just a smidgen longer to get all of that sorted for you as well. But yes, we will get there. And we'll get it over to you as well. So thank you everyone for spending some of your Sunday with me. I really do appreciate you gifting me with your time. I know how precious our time is. So thank you for gifting it to us and coming in and spending a little bit of crafty time. We will do one more Christmas card making class between now and Christmas. I promise you that. Early December, we will let you know that as well. Advent calendars are scheduled to go out next week. Yay! Can't believe it's come here already. So we've got all of that going on. And then we'll have January 1st, and then we'll have February, and so it'll go on and on and on and on. So it's so much fun. So thank you, everyone. I love you lots, and I will see you very, very, very soon. And it's not too late. You can sign up for VIP until midnight tonight if you want to be able to watch the replay and get the coupons and all that kind of stuff as well. And otherwise, I will see you sometime next week, I guess. So have fun, everyone. Happy crafting. Thanks for joining us on this lovely Sunday, and I'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.